Oh, YouTube changed the pinned location. Now it's at the bottom of chat instead of the top of chat. I don't know if I like that. I think I liked it more at the top. Hey, British man, Gonksa, Miss Cringe, Kanui, Konoi, isn't the best weapon just the Phoenix Blaster? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I mean, my vote would be the Phoenix Blaster, but there are a lot of other weapons in Terraria, and I think it'd be fun to go through them. But yeah, no, my vote, 100% Phoenix Blaster. Theoretically, Zappinator. Best for their stage in the game. So, I think what it comes down to is I think there are 4 things that make a weapon good. How much damage it does, right? How versatile it is, how many things you can use it for, right? So something like, I don't know, dynamite is really, really good at the Wall of Flesh, but it's pretty hard to use on other bosses effectively in the same way as the Wall of Flesh. Or, that was kind of a mediocre example. Another one, weapon with really good piercing, Tomb of Infinite Wisdom from the, Old One's Army. Incredible for the Destroyer, not that great for other things, right? So, a really great weapon would be versatile, usable for a lot of things, and be good against those things. Then we have how easy is it to get the weapon, right? Something like, I don't know, Terraria, very strong weapon. You can use it for a lot of things. 2% drop rate from enchanted sword shrines. Like you're not getting a Terraria. Or maybe it's 1 in 30. Not 2%, but that's, you know, F tier Terraria in ease of obtainment. Whereas, you know, something like a hollowed repeater is not the strongest weapon ever, but you can get it really easily. And it's more than strong enough to handle things, because you literally just craft it with hollowed bows. You get those for free. And then the last one would be ease of use, right? How easy is it to use the weapon? So something like the sand gun, very strong weapon, very good at certain bosses. It'll kill the Eater of Worlds in a couple seconds. But it's a little bit awkward to use. Just of Infinite Piercing, which even with low damage feels like it might be useful through hard mode. Duke Electric Eel Whip, you can get it right off hard mode relatively easily, basically solves the whole game. Okay, look, I'm gonna say something, and maybe some of you will find this as controversial, but Duke Fishron's weapons suck. Now, they're objectively strong weapons, but in order to get Duke Fishron weapons, you need to be able to kill Duke Fishron. If you can kill Duke Fishron, you can beat the rest of the game without problems. Like, killing Duke Fishron for weapons almost never is beneficial from a perspective of making the game easier. Are all major weapons bad due to magic management? No. Like, Rainbow Rod's a fantastic weapon, but, like, realistically, by the time you can kill Duke Fishron, you've already got a weapon good enough to kill Duke Fishron. You could have just, like, continued playing the game. Like, it's... I feel like it loses a lot of points in ease of obtainment because of that, but let's just go down the list, right? Copper Short Sword. Okay, Tin Short Sword. Iron Short Swords all kind of suck. Copper Short Sword's honestly kind of underrated. I think people have a lot of reservations about it historically. I don't think Copper Short Sword is that bad. Like, honestly, Copper Short Sword is better than a wooden sword. Now, it's still a Copper Short Sword, right? Copper Short Sword is not the best weapon in the game, but don't sleep on the Copper Short Sword. It's a lot better than it seems, because omnidirectional swinging plus high rate of fire means you can stun lock a lot of enemies. And while you can't do that much damage, like you can walk up to the Crimson and you can stun lock Face Eaters, you can stun lock Chimera, you can stun lock Blood Crawlers. I mean, you have to walk back a little bit. But it's pretty effective at controlling enemies, and it can deal with slimes early game a lot better than wooden sword can, because wooden sword doesn't really have consistency of knockback because of the slow rate of fire. Now, it's not going to be good at like bats and stuff, but yeah. I think all of these blade staff, we'll get to the blade staff. Some of the weapons are coming a bit later. What about those of us who are bad at the game? No. Like, okay. Hold on. Let me open up Terraria and I will show you guys what I'm talking about. Like, it's not bad. Now, it's not the best weapon in the game. Okay, I'm not saying that one. But, oh, hey, Keppels. Legendary Excalibur is way too good for simply defeating one boss. Excalibur is very good, yeah. Are we going per stage of progression? We're trying to rank things relative to when they come up. So it's not how strong is it overall, otherwise the answer would just be the Zenith. But it's... I have the parameters in the description. I can put them on here as well. But how strong is it? How long is it good for? How many things can you use it for, like versatility? How easy is it to get, and how easy is it to use? Yeah, let's... new small world. I feel like you can take an early hard mode range up until endgame, and that's probably more value than other stuff. Maybe a Daedalus or something. You probably moonlord with it. I mean, you can moonlord with it. Like, if we're going how long you can use a weapon for viably, I mean, you know, Phoenix Blaster. In a regular playthrough, I will use the Phoenix Blaster into a Plantera. Now, that's mostly just because I like using the Phoenix Blaster, but... Duke weapons? I don't think Duke weapons are actually that good. Putting criteria on screen? Yeah, I will. Give me 1 sec, though. I put a copper short sword on. I need... What was Johnny Powers? Spawn rate slider. I hope this is a Crimson Wolf. I didn't make one intentionally. I feel like pre-boss would be Demon Scythe. Demon Scythe's good, but Demon Scythe has a lot of problems with it. It's very awkward to get a Demon Scythe. Some enemies. Okay. So yeah, like, green slime here. Copper short sword, very, very good at stun locking, and killing them. And the nice thing about slimes is that you can, kind of keep them going like that. I have God mode on. Yeah, you can kind of stun lock them, keep them going, get them up against some boundary. Like, Copper Short Sword is really, really good at dealing with slimes. You just aim in a straight line. You do have to kind of tap forward. It's a bit tough right now because I have Strong Insignia, which is buffing my speed. But yeah, you kind of do, like, small, subtle movements like this. And there's very little that slimes can do to you. Wouldn't the Blade of Grass be the best pre-boss weapon? I am 100% certain that the best pre-boss weapon is the Sandgun. I don't know if that one's up for debate in terms of strength. Like, power-wise, I don't think anything competes with the Sandgun. But, yeah, and then Copper Short Sword, I think you can... Yeah, we can do this. Copper Short Sword can it get vultures? I don't think I can get vultures right above you. No, I was wrong. You can straight aim. I'm telling you guys, the Copper Short Sword is really good. Right? Master Mode Vulture literally just aim upward. It can't do anything to you. Isn't Star Cannon pre-boss? By technicality, but again, we're not going just by strength. And I think we can just get as many vultures as we want here. Yeah, this is... For the weapon you spawn with? For the weapon you spawn with? This is ridiculous. No, it's not the best weapon in the game. But Copper Short is only good when auto attack is on. Okay, we'll turn auto attack on. Yeah, I'll get the criteria on screen. Okay. So I have our current candidates in the bottom, and then I'll make a text thing that says criteria. Criteria. Let's go to Terraria font. Ease of obtainment and versatility. Okay, that's big. Let's make it smaller. Oh, we separating by stage of the game. We're trying to get things relative to their stage of the game. Yeah, is this, Let me get the weapon list back on screen. Here it is. Okay. So, I will just ask you guys. Phoenix Blaster already there? I mean, that would be my pick. That would be my pick myself. Let me ask you guys, what do you think, by these criteria, a strong weapon that's easy to get, easy to use, and versatile, you can use it for a lot of things or for a long period of time, what do you think fits that criteria best? Shadow Flame Knife? Platinum Bow? Musket? Okay. Shadow Flame Knife, Barrel Launcher, Platinum Broadsword, Onyx Blaster, Terrorblade. Terrorblade's not a bad pick. I just gonna have to Control F search these. There's a space in Terrorblade? What the hell? Death Sickle, Mini Shark? Yeah, I think Mini Shark. I think Mini Shark, Musket. Snapthorn. Summoning weapons are weird. I also feel like... I think Rainbow Rod's not a bad pick. I also feel like... So, I agree that Mandible Blade and Stylish Scissors are both very strong options. However, those things are going to get nerfed in 1.4.5.7. Right? The Stylish Scissors are going to learn what Molotov Cocktails learned back in 2015, which is... a weapon that strong, that is that easy to get, cannot exist in its current state. That thing is going to get hard nerfed, and I don't really want to consider it because of that. The Star Cannon in Journey mode, Star Fury is very good. Yeah, I agree with that. Why is being fun not in the criteria? Because that's a completely subjective thing. Real sad GD noob. Like, what makes a weapon fun? You know, you have to decide what is it that is fun, and that's going to change from person to person. The weapon that's the most fun for me is not going to be the weapon that's the most fun for you. Like, the weapon that's most fun for me is the Phoenix Blaster, but a lot of people would not consider that to be anything. Like, they'd find that boring, right? Some people like up-close weapons, some people just like DPS maxing, like it's... How are support weapons like the Nimbus Rod evaluated? I don't feel like you can evaluate those because they're not really weapons in a traditional sense. Like, the problem is there's no opportunity cost behind them. Yeah, Knight's Edge isn't bad. Like, a Klinger Staff, a Nimbus Rod, you're never going to actually use those for killing a boss or an event. They're kind of just supporting stuff. They're not really weapons that you're using. They're more of just, like, buffs that you can place down, that anyone can place down. And I feel like it's hard to evaluate them as actual weapons because of that. And I feel like I'm inclined to just not really treat them as anything. Dark Lance is good. Blade Tongue is a hella good weapon. Does that disqualify them? I feel like it... I feel like they're never really your weapons. Terrorblade definitely has a shot here. Blade Staff, Firecracker, Death Sickle. Apples to oranges. Yeah, I think I'm just not going to include the support weapons because they're... You can't really evaluate them as weapons. Storm Spear. Klinger Staff for the main DPS dealer in the old one's army. I mean, have you seen Sentries? All events are at least once is assumed. Vampire Knives. Vampire Knives are very good, yeah. Where are vampires? It's under melee. Daybreak is really good for how easy is it to get. Yeah, but the problem with the pillar weapons, they're strong weapons, but you can't use them for anything. Their period of viability is very, very narrow. You literally have a couple pillars and the Moon Lord, and maybe if you save the Empress of Light for that period of time. Yeah, Vampire Knives are not easy to get. Where the hell are Vampire Knives? There they are. You love the only candidates. We'll go through and add some. So Shadow Flame Knife. Let's just go through the ones that we've seen here. Shadow Flame Knife, strong weapon, so gets good points on damage. It's very easy to use, just point, click, shoot stuff. It's pretty versatile. You can use it for the twins, you can use it for Skeletron. It's fine for the Destroyer. It bounces twice, so it hits 3 times. Which is okay. It's not amazing on the Destroyer, but it's okay. Past the Destroyer, gets a lot worse. I mean, it's probably okay-ish on Plantera, but by that point, you're melee, you've got True Excalibur, you've got True Knight's Edge, you've got tons and tons of options. I think it falls off pretty hard by then. Not bad for pre-mech Duke. Kind of the hard mode Phoenix Blaster equivalent. I think the Phoenix Blaster is the hard mode Phoenix Blaster equivalent. Knight's Edge is a solid pick. I think Shadow Flame Knife could go on the list. I think it's I think it can get past the bouncer. This isn't to say that it is. It's just, you know, it meets enough of the criteria. I think to get put on here. Where is the Shadow Flame? It's way up in the corner. Spectre Staff and Inferno Fork. Mega Shark. I feel like the face falls off way too quickly after mechs. It does. It does. It does fall off pretty quickly. Yeah, we can put Mega Shark on there. Is Onyx Blaster too hard to contain? No, I think Onyx Blaster gets to go there. Constellation. Which one is Constellation, dude? I don't even remember. People put like 6 different pillar weapons up there. I don't agree. I don't think pillar weapons meet very many of the criteria. The new Pillar's Whip? No, I don't think any pillar weapon is going to get there. Because the problem is the pillar weapons, you can barely use them for anything because they're like, it's literally these. The only thing that pillar weapons are there for is to kill the Moon Lord. That is it. That is their only use. There's nothing else you do with them. Because by that point in the game, you've got pillar weapons. The game's over in 10 minutes. You just kill the Moon Lord with them. Like, they're not... You know, as opposed to weapons earlier in the game, you can use them for hours and hours and hours. The game's over. It's done. Okay. So... I think Terrorblade... Terrorblade loses a few points on ease of obtainment, right? It's not as easy to get a Terrorblade as it is to get Mega Shark, an Onyx Blaster. You need to have some build up to it. You do need to do post-Plantera Eclipses. You've got to go through a couple hoops. Not a ton of hoops, but a few. It's very, very versatile. Ridiculously versatile. You can use the Terrorblade for basically anything. It can potentially output very high damage with good melee speed. You can use it for moons. It's not the best thing on the moons, but it's okay at the moons. It's not the best thing for Duke Fishron, but it's okay on Duke Fishron and Empress of Light. I feel like it's very passable for a lot of things. Up to the pillars. So I think it definitely gets on the list. Terrorblade. Oh yes, could you stop, like, trying to lock the location of what I'm moving? If I do this, it'll... No, whatever. That's close enough. Any Moon's weapon can be kind of difficult to obtain. That is true. Vampire Frog Staff? Vampire Frog Staff is good. You know what, let's just look at summoning weapons. Let's limit to just summoning weapons, right? If we were to pick one minion that would meet the description of good damage, easy to get, versatile, and easy to use, which one would I pick? Definitely not Finch Staff. Definitely not Slime Staff. I think Flinks falls off too quickly. Abigail, nah. She falls off pretty quickly. Foxpokes. Foxpokes is a pain in the ass to get. It is not Foxpokes. And it's certainly not Kativa. Mushroom Staff's okay. Hornets are okay. Vampire Frog. In pre-hard mode, I think my pick would be Vampire Frog. For a pre-boss weapon that's usable against basically every pre-hard mode boss, and is great on the Wall of Flesh, one of your best options, I would definitely be picking Vampire Frog pre-hard mode, I think. However, being from Blood Moon, bit of an issue. I have literally had entire Summoner playthroughs go by without a single Blood Moon. 18-hour playthrough, 15-hour playthrough, not a single Blood Moon. It's complete RNG. So I think Vampire Frog loses some points on that. I think for a weapon to meet these criteria, to be the best weapon in Terraria, it needs to be something that you can actually bank on getting, and you can never bank on getting the Frog Staff. Imp Staff is pretty much always there. It is, but honestly, I don't think Imp Staff is that great. It's okay, but it has a lot of aiming issues. There's a lot of aiming issues. Blade Staff is quite good. However, Blade Staff got hurt pretty badly by the whip stacking nerf, no? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but without whip stacking being whip stacking, Blade Staff doesn't have nearly the level of longevity that it had in 1.4.4. It's really strong with stuff like Dark Harvest. Ballistic Reforge is amazing on Blade Staff. Modifiers compensate for it a lot. It's outclassed by Optic. Yeah. So Spider Staff, I think back in 1.4.4, I would have agreed with Spider Staff. But I really feel like being put post Mithril Anvil has the Spider Staff lose a lot of points. Because one other thing that I haven't really brought up yet, but I think is an important consideration, seeds are an officially supported part of Terraria now, and not all of these weapons perform the same on all of different seeds. I think if the Spider Staff was actually obtainable at the start of, like, a too easy world, it would be incredible. But the fact that it's post Mithril Anvil, because I guess Relogic didn't want it to be available outside of a too easy world, like, it's not bad, but I feel like it's not the easiest to use on the mechs. I can use it, but it's not the easiest to use on the mechs. It doesn't track the Twins or the Destroyer, or Skeletron Prime very well. It's not great on the Destroyer. Sanguine's awkward to get. Optic. I mean, I'm a big fan of Optic, Deadly Sphere, Xeno Staff. Lesson is that summons suck. Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of a summoner weapon that would be equivalent to, you know, Phoenix Blaster, Mega Shark, Terror Blade, Rainbow Rod, Demon Scythe. Like, stuff that you can get that is versatile to do a lot of different things for a long period of time. Optic is fun. I do like Optic a lot. Queen Spider Staff is S tier. Yeah, but I'm not really considering Sentries. Abigail might be the best pick here. Dude, Abigail's so bad in pre-hard mode. Abigail is so bad in pre-hard mode. I think Spider gets closest because everything else hard fails ease of obtainment. I don't think Deadly Sphere is very hard to obtain. And I don't think Blade is that hard to obtain. So let's consider you get Blade Staff, let's say pre-mech. Blade Staff's good on the twins. Blade Staff's fine on Skeletron Prime. Blade Staff's fine for Destroyer. Blade Staff's usable for Plantera. After that, you could probably use Blade Staff to get stuff there from solar eclipses and things like that. Right, that's a solid amount of stuff. Deadly Sphere, you get post Plantera, good for Golem, usable on the Cultist, solid for the Pillars, ditch once you get stuff there. You can also use it for the moons or invasions or stuff. So Deadly Sphere, usable for a lot of stuff and can very easily get you to the next point. I don't think it's quite as long-lived as the Blade Staff. Xeno Staff, I'm a big fan of, but it is kind of a pain in the ass to get, and you're kind of limited to Duke Fishron, Empress of Light, Cultists, etc. at that point. Yeah, I think I'd go with Blade Staff. I think Blade Staff has the longest level of viability. It's very simple to use. It doesn't have a lot of AI issues. Still has some AI issues, but it doesn't have a lot of AI issues. It's fairly easy to get. You get tons of gelatin crystals all over the place. Yeah, no, Terra Prisma is not in the running here. You know, I wonder if just the picture of the dagger would be more straightforward than Blowgun would be a good pick if they didn't nerf doubts. I don't think any early hard mode ranged weapon gets to be on this list because I think the Phoenix Blaster just does a better job. Right, I mean, Phoenix Blaster, get it post Skeletron. It's basically free to get. Like, a handgun, 10 Hellstone, that's nothing. Great for everything in pre-hard mode. I think it's about the best early hard mode weapon in terms of versatility and safety. I think you would struggle to find a weapon better at keeping you alive in early hard mode than the Phoenix Blaster. Like, Phoenix Blaster with exploding bullets. The only thing it really competes with, I think, is Clockwork Assault Rifle, but Clockwork Assault Rifle gets shut down hard by defense. I think the Phoenix Blaster is better than the Onyx Blaster. I mean, it won't deal better damage than the Onyx Blaster, but it's more consistent. I feel like Terrorblade is the boring, obvious pick here. I don't know that it is. I don't know that it is. Yeah. Like, no magic weapons that can qualify. Yeah, let's look through magic weapons and see if anything sticks out as a weapon that Golden Shower used for all of hard mode. But the Golden Shower is not really a weapon, it's just a means to apply Ichor. Like, you're not using the Golden Shower as a weapon, you're just using it for a debuff. That's not... Crystal Serpent, Demon Scythe. Onyx is the best early hard mode gun for mob clearing. No. Can you vote for Knight's Edge? Knight's Edge isn't bad. Life Drain is insane. Razor Pine. Barrel Launcher is strong. Still vote for Killing Deck. Let's try out the Killing Deck. I've never really used the Killing Deck, so let's... You just buy it from the wizard, right? Oh, Infinite Wisdom is underrated. How good is the primary fire attack? Where is my wizard in this world? Do I have a wizard in this world? No. You can't see? Oh, okay, one sec. I was literally just opening a world looking for a wizard, so it's not... there wasn't a whole lot going on. You go to a wizard. How do you obtain the Resonant Scepter? Killing the princess. post golem for most things. You have to get every other NPC. It's kind of inconvenient. Fire and Fire isn't that bad on Tome, but it's probably not worth the effort to grind it for most playthroughs unless you really want Old One's army armors. Is the killing deck from the wizard? Is it from a different NPC? Hold on. How do you get the killing deck? Oh, it's a Blood Moon cell. I see, I see. A Blood Moon. That makes it a little bit worse. Damn. Relogic can't even make the Blood Moon weapon for Mage in hard mode any good. They have to just give it a new one. Bloodthorn, eat your heart out. Okay. 23 magic damage. That's not great. Let's just make a small world start in hard mode. Blood Moon weapon should not be considered. A Blood Moon purchase weapon is more consistent. I kind of just want to try it, but a Blood Moon purchase weapon is more consistent than a Blood Moon drop. Terrorblade is your favorite weapon. You have to think the Glorified Shotbow is up there. I don't know. I feel like Glorified Shotbow on Golem doesn't feel great. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. Not terribly mana intensive. This is too easy. Let's get the difficulty up to master. And let's put on some mage armor. Mage, sorcerer emblem. Okay. 4 different attacks. Okay, so it embeds, recall. I mean, it's killing slimes well. What stage is this weapon? It's a Blood Moon purchase weapon pre-mech. Yeah, this isn't bad. Let's try Wyvern, right? Wyvern's a reasonable point you'd want. That's... That's not very good. I'm out of mana. Mana potions. Team to struggle against enemies with defense? Yeah, low base damage. Gets more range if you don't recall them until later. I see what you're saying, yeah. I mean, it hits twice. We have a... The problem is this isn't how you're fighting a Wyvern. But, like... Okay. This is a killing deck. That's fine. However, counterpoint. Phoenix Blaster. I don't have exploding bullets. Damn it. Hold on. I'm gonna go buy exploding bullets. Let's get your opinion on Flint. We can try out Flint. I know Flint's quite good. Lower spawn rates. 5 bullets. Firecracker is really good for Summoner. For a mage, it's good, but as a weapon, it's mid. Yeah, it just feels like it's a couple points of damage too low to be good. Yeah, so just to establish what the, like, baseline comparison is... This is the hard mode one. Like, that was killing deck. Okay, killing deck's kind of okay. However, we just take a Phoenix Blaster, and... Right when they buffed Mage to be slightly decent. I think that's coming in the next update, but... Like, why would I buy a killing deck when I can just do this? It's doing less damage, much less damage than this. I have to spend money on it. I have to get a blood moon to happen for this. And it's just overall, you know, less consistent. And this is a pre-hard mode weapon. So yeah, I really don't think the killing deck's doing anything impressive. Oh, mechanical worm. Yeah, I can slap on a DPS count. Throwing card equals more fun. You know, fun is not in the consideration here. Because fun's kind of subjective. Like, I think this is fun. For an AoE weapon, it didn't do well with a segmented enemy. Yeah, I was really hoping it would be good against wyverns, but it really wasn't. You set the bar too high. I mean, when you're competent, like, we're looking for the like good weapons, like weapons that can do this. Corruption, walk up to it. None of these enemies can do anything to me. I can kill worms. I can kill flying enemies. I have to pay a little bit of attention for when that worm's coming. Granted, this is with 10x spawns, so, you know, there is that. I have very, very good control over everything. There's not really a whole lot that can meaningfully threaten me. And sure, my damage isn't the best, but, you know, again, pre-hard mode weapon, 10x spawns. But the soaring insignia must be. Oh right, I don't have fall damage immunity. It's still a ranged AoE stun lock. Now try clockwork assault rifle. Yeah, so I don't think killing deck gets on there. Spirit Flame is good until cultist. Good until cultist. We can put on barrel launcher. I don't know about that one. We can try it out, but that one feels a bit of a reach. Yeah, let's put on the barrel launcher. Barrel launcher is good. I have used the barrel launcher before. It is strong. So, obtainment of barrel launcher. It's a drop from pirates. A little bit inconvenient, but I don't think it's a super rare drop from pirates. Damage on barrel launcher is very respectable. I'm not the biggest fan of the barrel launcher projectile. I think as a projectile, this thing is a little bit inconsistent. But this thing deals, quite frankly, ridiculous damage. 122 damage on a weapon that's firing this frequently with a easy to bounce projectile, doesn't damage yourself. For mobbing, this is very, very good. No ammo, by the way. Yeah, but ammo isn't really much of a concern. Must be disgusting on Destroyer. I don't think it's disgusting on Destroyer, but it's very good on Destroyer. I would consider disgusting on Destroyer to be stuff like, you know, infinite piercing flails, a star cannon, tome of infinite wisdom, stuff like that. Okay, so let's just pull this thing out. Doesn't it do more damage if it bounces first, does it? 148. It does, yeah. Stop critting. What's disgusting on Destroyer is the flint. Yeah. I do also feel like some of these weapons might be affected in a balance pass, but Dusk. Okay, well, let's hit the coil. It's okay on the coil. So probe management, it doesn't seem the best stat because, you know, the projectile velocity and stuff. We just kind of showed up to this. We don't really have much of an arena. Solid on wyverns. Not as good as you thought. Yeah. Here, I can... This isn't really accurate to how things would be, but let's say we just give ourselves invulnerability, sit here and shoot the destroyer. Right, we've got adamantite armor. Do we put on a ranger emblem? No, I didn't put on a ranger emblem, but you can imagine the damage would be maybe 20% higher with stuff. This isn't really that great. Like, this to me feels fine. But I'm not, like... Let's... Just for comparison. If we take a Tome of Infinite Wisdom, right? This is a hell of a lot better. It's very good at crowd controlling enemies, but I don't think it's... I don't think it's really that great on the destroyer. We're hitting 4 times a projectile, 3 times a projectile, something like that. The explosion AoE is not that big. Looks like maybe 3 to 5 times per projectile. It doesn't do a great job at managing probes without a little bit of aiming effort. Yeah, AoE is much worse than Pierce for the destroyer. It's very good at invasions and events, but I don't think it's going to be doing a whole lot against the Twins and Skeletron Prime either. We can check out on them. Yeah, this is honestly really underwhelming. For a slow rate of fire, dealing 700 damage a shot, 800 damage a shot on the destroyer. The Ramu is very easy to obtain. It's not a weapon, it's an accessory. Okay, let's... If you're testing performance, shouldn't you not be using the starboard? Well, the point is... Like, in that point, we literally had God mode on. I mean, I can put on frozen wings and do things here, but it's to get a sense of things. Like, having these is not going to change whether or not it does good damage to the destroyer. Actually, that's not that hard to hit the Twins with. However, this is terrible damage. Now, we could have been bouncing the barrel launcher for better damage. But this is quite bad. Missing is pretty devastating. Yeah, this is awful. Adamantite or hollowed repeater? Yeah, speaking of that, let me... Adamantite repeater. Surely I have hollowed bars. Yeah, I have hollowed bars. Left on a mental anvil. Yeah, hollowed repeater is very good. So let's pull out a hollowed repeater. Get an arrow. I'd rather use the laser rifle for the Twins. Dude, there's so many things I would rather use. Wait, that's crafting. No, I want here. Let's say coast arrows. Fine. Ichor is also fine. Holy. We have the Twins here. And then we get archery potion. And let me get shine just so we can see what's going on. Okay. Well, it's a lot better than the barrel launcher. Yeah. How does ease of obtaining factor in? Flying knife made the cut. That's the blade staff, not the flying knife. Ichor could be better here. On phase 1 twins? Yeah, even if only one of these stars hits, that's... I'm pretty sure dealing more damage than Ichor. Regardless. Yeah, this is fine. That's the epitome of fine. It's pretty solid for the destroyer with unholy arrows. These guys. Go Onyx Blaster would do better. Yeah, but it's not as easy to get as the Hollow Repeater. Yeah. Unholy on destroyer is quite respectable. I mean, this is doing as good, if not better, than the barrel launcher. And it feels much, much less janky. I feel much more comfortable with a hollow repeater than a barrel launcher on the destroyer. Basically no one red 9-9. Yeah, like this feels way better. Why is my inventory so full? It's a journey mode character. Inventory doesn't matter. Yeah. I would definitely rate Hollow Repeater better than Barrel Launcher. I feel like it's unfair to put the Terrorblade on there since you can use the Terrorblade to kill every boss in the game and do it competently. You could do the same fucking thing with the Phoenix Blaster. And you get the Phoenix Blaster a hell of a lot earlier in the game. Also, the Terrorblade is not the best at crowd control. The Terrorblade is not even that good at crowd control. It can hit 4 times. It has 25% damage fall off per pierce. It hits in a big AoE, but it does not do piercing well. It can hit up to 4 times, and it does, like, no damage after the second pierce. It's not good at piercing. And if you're only using the projectile of the Terrorblade and you're not using the melee part of it to back up the damage is not that great. Like, Terrorblade projectile only is aggressively mediocre. Unstylish Scissors is the best weapon. They're going to get hard nerfed in the next update. I'm not going to factor them into consideration. Although, good question is the Chlorophyte Shopper with a Hollowed Repeater a better weapon? I feel like it takes some... Unobjectively take for granted when ranged weapons makes sense to keep auto attack off since beast glow item pillar weapons can be. I don't think it makes sense to keep auto attack on. It's a setting you can just toggle. Honestly, I think the answer is no for me. I feel like the hollowed repeater is more useful within its niche than the Chlorophyte Shopbow is. But, yeah, the ease of obtainment, these ease and convenience really work out to be the same thing. What do you mean? Like, there's ease of use, which is... Like, magic weapons tend to lose out on ease of use because they're difficult to aim. Like, something like the Demon Scythe can be really awkward to use. Sandgun can be awkward to use. Anyone mentioned the Mushroom Spear yet? No one has mentioned the Mushroom Spear yet. That's a solid pick. Do I have a Mushroom Spear on here? I don't. I gotta grab a Mushroom Spear. I feel like Shotbow, considering the Peter has a lot of other on-tier competition. I mean, the Shotbow has a lot of other on-tier competition. I guess less within class. But... Hollowed is Chumex and Plant, Clo is Plant and Golem, plus like Moons, Duke. Shotbow on the moons? Shotbow on moons? Snowman Launcher is pretty good. If ease of obtainment or convenience of... Oh, I see. Shotbow on moons is Mega Shock on motion invasion level, man. That's... They buffed Tactical Shotgun. It might not be as mid now. I haven't used it in a little bit. Bebo for early hard mode? Bebo for early hard mode. That's interesting. Bees usually get shut down pretty hard by defense. However, it's got pretty versatile attacking, so it should be solid at stun locking. Phantom Phoenix. Phantom Phoenix is okay. I feel like I'd rather have a Chlorophyte Shoppo than a Phantom Phoenix. Snowman Cannon's your personal late game ranger favorite? Snowman Cannon's nice. Frost Moon is less nice. Pneumatic Horn is nice. I feel like these are all weapons that are fine, but they're not really exceptional. Like, Pneumatic Horn is okay, but it's nothing to write home about, you know? It's not... Let's look back at our weapons. Okay, let's just go back to going one by one. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yes, but it's getting nerfed. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Maybe. No, maybe. No, no. No, no. Maybe. No, maybe. New Mandible Blade is a small chance. I like the Mandible Blade. I don't think it's that great. It's fine, but it's not really good for the evil bosses. It kind of falls off on Queen Bee. It falls off on Skeletron. Yeah, Star Fury is solid. Okay. So let's go. Did I say any other? Did I give any other maybes here? I said yes to Stylish Scissors, but it's getting nerfed. So, Blade of Grass gets replaced fast. I mean, Blade of Grass is pretty reasonable for at least the first couple bosses. Get you through the evil boss. It's solid as a melee choice. Why no on Volcano? I think Volcano suffers from the issue of not being pre-boss like the Blade of Grass and not being pre-Wall of Flesh like the Night's Edges. The Volcano's good for the couple bosses that it's on. Actually, honestly, I kind of prefer using the Volcano early hard mode than Night's Edge. It has better knockback stunlock potential. Still not that great, though. But yeah, it's kind of just at an awkward spot in progression. It's fine on Queen Bee, too, Daddy Foxy. Fiery Greatsword is best. Okay, so of these, Blade of Grass... Honestly, I'm gonna say it. I think the Blade of Grass is overrated as hell. Like, it's fine. It's a solid weapon. But I think it's just kind of okay. Like, it doesn't do that much damage. It really doesn't. It's pretty inconvenient to get. Like, this is not easy to get at the start of the game. That's a solid 20 or 30 minutes of grinding for a lot of players, potentially longer. Got a buff with Chill It, lights up nearby caves. I hear you. On the other hand, Star Fury. It's very serviceable, but not a free win. I think it's as good as it's supposed to be for a pre-boss weapon. Okay, here's my question. Would I rather have a Blade of Grass or a Boomstick? For me, I think the answer is easily Boomstick. Like, we're taking weapons from the jungle. Within class, out of class, either way, just because I main Ranger. It's because I think the Boomstick does things better than the Blade of Grass. Weapon, boss-wise, it's kind of inconvenient using a melee weapon, right? Bosses deal melee damage, a lot of melee damage, especially as you get to Master Mode, or God forbid, Legendary Mode. The Blade of Grass is not easy to use against a lot of things when enemies are dishing out tons of damage, whereas the Boomstick, great at them. Also generally easier to get than the Blade of Grass, because you just open a chest and it's right there. I think Boomstick's fine on any difficulty. Saying Blade of Grass is better than the Boomstick is like saying the Boomstick is more accurate than the Mini Shark. What do you think the Blade of Grass does better than the Boomstick? Why would I use the Blade of Grass over a Boomstick? Instead of just using the Boomstick. Now granted, I don't really jungle rush anyways. Easy to get is tough to define. Sometimes Star Fury is just a freebie and easily stronger than anything you'll find in quite some time. Star Fury is basically always a freebie. It's guaranteed 1 Star Fury will spawn per world. If you have 2 gravitation potions, you can loot the entire sky. It's not possible for a world to generate without a Star Fury unless you're in For the Worthy and it got replaced by an angel statue. Boomstick is better at doing less damage and have worse range. Okay, we can just pull out a Boomstick and a Blade of Grass on a couple different things. Let's see. Early game, let's say we have Platinum Armor. We're not really going to have stuff with great damage. This is a roughly pre-boss loadout. Take out Soaring Insignia. Take out Sorcerer Emblem. Jump, put on Boots. We have Boomstick. Let's say Silver Bullets versus a Blade of Grass, and we'll give ourselves Feral Claws to buff the Blade of Grass a little bit. It's in the jungle, decent chance you'll have Feral Claws. We have this versus this. I have Cthulhu. Okay, solid 100 DPS phase 1, probably go up to like, 130 or something phase 2. Very, very good. Walk to the side, aim boots. Incredible. Blade of Grass. The DPS meter is going to be a little bit off. It's kind of awkward to hit the eye, right? Let's say we put ourselves in harm's way to hit the eye more. It's kind of awkward. He's standing above me, like he's outside of the range of the Blade of Grass. This is nowhere near the same amount of damage. This is like half as much damage. Right now, phase 2, we're in 80-something. Swap to Boomstick. Still around 100. Really good. The one thing the Blade of Grass does well is in this phase, it can hit the Eye of Cthulhu when he's dashing, which the Boomstick can struggle a little bit with if you have bad aim. But, like, why would I ever... Where is the situation where the Blade of Grass is better? Right? Like, I can see the Blade of Grass is not bad. This isn't saying the Blade of Grass is a bad weapon. But if we're comparing the two of them as a great weapon you can get out of the jungle, that's usable for a long time, have you watched, like, speedrunners fight Skeletron at the beginning of the game with a Boomstick? You're not doing that with a Blade of Grass. Now, these are hard mode, scaled. So, to be fair, you should use a sharpening station. Phase 2 eye is 0 defense. It would make a difference. I think, if we were fighting Reign of Cthulhu, Blade of Grass maybe has some usefulness there. Let's walk over to the Crimson. So the Blade of Grass is pretty good on the Brain of Cthulhu. Much better than the Boomstick. It has the advantage of just being able to, when creepers take damage, they start moving away from you. I think this is the best case for the Blade of Grass, like the best thing that the Blade of Grass does better than other weapons. You don't even need an arena, you can just kind of show up, and because it does such a large AoE around you so consistently, it really shuts down creepers. And I think it does quite well in phase 2 as well. Any advice for your first expert run? Make sure you get potions like regen potion, iron skin potion, and reforge your accessories to warding. Armor wise, if you just use like melee armor with ranged weapons, you usually do fine. I feel like you jungle rush. So the whole point of this is how good is the Blade of Grass? And I feel like when the Blade of Grass gets outclassed by another weapon in the jungle, like I'm pretty sure I can kind of just stand here. And the Brain of Cthulhu can't really do much to me. Like, Blade of Grass is very good here. Don't get this wrong. The Boomstick would not be doing this. There are other weapons that can do something similar. I mean, Mini Shark is very good for something like this. And obviously, if we had a sharpening station, this would be a little bit better. We're in a little bit of trouble here because the Blade of Grass has the whole thing where if you're aiming away from you, the enemy will get knocked towards you, which is a little bit awkward because it's sending the slime towards us. Blade of Grass is how to get the boomstick. It's more time consuming if you get lucky with a boomstick. Yeah, honestly, can we just stand right here and stand completely still? I think we can. Yeah, genuinely, we can just sit completely still right here. Feral Claws. So yeah, don't take this as me saying the Blade of Grass is bad. But I don't think it's that great. Also better against King Slime and Goblins. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know about King Slime, but definitely Goblins. King Slime's a little bit awkward at close range. Here's about the Snapthorn comparison. I think it depends what weapon you're using it with, surely. I already have a Snapthorn. Like, pure damage-wise... No, let's just... Minion aside, let's just... I'm kind of curious. Pull out a Snapthorn against the Brain. Okay, so it does not have that same rate of fire that the... Okay, hold on, we need to get rid of... all these random enemies. Where's our weapon? Yeah, so it doesn't have the same... area denial that the Snapthorn offered. Certainly not the same damage as the Snapthorn. If we actually had a minion supporting here, this would be very good. What's a reasonable minion that we would have? Flink Staff? Probably Flinks. We'll only have one, but 2. We can put on a coat. Okay. Let's say 2 Flinkses, coat. I mean, I feel like the Wraith is kind of messing with this. But yeah, that's my opinion on Tsunami. It's good. Vamp Frogs would steal the show. They would. Can I get these damn slimes out of here? What if I mean, this feels similar to the Blade of Grass. Right, we could have a reforge on our flanks, which would honestly be helping quite a lot. We could have an extra summon slot off of a summoning potion. But this isn't feeling that amazing. Can't I just turn off spawn rates? I could, yeah. But they're already here. I've used the Unholy Trident a couple times, not too many. Yeah, I don't know. I think the only weapon from the jungle that might get to stay in this in the rankings here is the boomstick. It's also quite a bit cheaper than the blade of grass. I think it's a bit cheaper, yeah. But it still takes some grinding. Yeah, I don't think Snapthorn or Blade of Grass or Thorn Chakram. Nobody ever mentions the Thorn Chakram, huh? How come so-called free thinkers, when they're recommending you a jungle weapon, and they don't even mention the Thorn Chakram? What do you think about the flamethrower? I don't really think much about the flamethrower. Feels unfair that the boomstick gets in for being better than Eye of Cthulhu. It's not that the boomstick is better for the Eye of Cthulhu. The boomstick also is a very reasonable weapon against Skeletron, which none of these other weapons boast. Honestly, am I crazy or is this doing better than the Blade of Grass? It's a little more awkward. It's not as safe, but... damage-wise, this... I feel like we've been killing him faster than the Blade of Grass. Snapthorn 100%. The problem with summoning weapons is that the Snapthorn isn't a weapon, it's support for a minion. Okay, yeah, this is where the Thorn Chakram kind of falls off. Blade of Grass isn't bad or unusable for Skeletron. Okay, we'll go kill Skeletron. We will kill Skeletron with a Blade of Grass, and we will kill him with a boomstick. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the boomstick will do better, but we'll see. We can put on some support for them. Let's make a new world. Skeletron test. Or is the minion support for the Snapthorn? The Snapthorn support for the minion. But that's the problem. Like, the Snapthorn on its own is not doing that great. But Snapthorn with, you know, 5 Mushroom Boys, that's good. The Snapthorn in comparison to other whips is not that great. I don't think it is. Like, it's better than them, but it's not that much better than them. You get a little bit more tag damage. You get some stuff. Okay, let's find Skeletron. And say Blade of Grass is better? Just that it's usable? Okay. We will do this comparison. And if this indicates that the boomstick is better for Skeletron than the Blade of Grass, then I am throwing every other jungle weapon in the trash and no longer considering them. Early jungle weapons. No Thorn Chakram. No Axarang. No, fucking... There are other jungle weapons. No stingers, making poison darts to use in your blowgun. It's important for a jungle weapon to be good against evil bosses rather than Skeletron. Okay, I hear you. Tendon bow with Jester's arrows. I can go pull out a tendon bow with Jester's arrows, and I still think it'll do better than the Blade of Grass. At least it will certainly be relative to how difficult it is to obtain. Because remember, you're spending like half an hour to get a Blade of Grass. Right? And keep in mind, the Blade of Grass's comparison is the Terra Blade. It's the Phoenix Blaster. It's the Blade Staff. Like, are we really trying to say that the Blade of Grass has the same level of strength relative to when you can get it and longevity as the Terra Blade and Phoenix Blaster and Blade Staff and stuff like that? Is this fine for Skeletron? Put on a Magiluminescence. And the chain gun, yeah. Okay. Do we want anything else? This is Skeletron, so we could totally reasonably have, like, Shadow Armor. And like, Blade of Grass here, we could have a Flamerang. We could have so many other better weapons. Okay, to compensate for not having a Reforge, I'm going to put on a Shark Tooth Necklace. Should more or less cross the line there. Let me get a balloon. The actual, like, Spectre. Lightning boots? Terra Spark boots. I don't think I have lightning boots researched. Boots and a balloon. Time. Dusk. Ah, this is not. We're still on journey mode. Hold on. Give a sec to respawn. Did Razorblade Typhoon not get considered yet? There were a lot of weapons. I can't consider all of them immediately. I don't think Duke Fishron weapons really fit the bill. There's an easy game weapon to find. Oh, there's an early game weapon that's easy to find called the Zenith. Yeah, just go down patch to 1.4.4 and use the achievement crafting glitch. Super simple. You wish the magic missile wasn't a dungeon weapon? Yeah, I think it would. Dusk. Okay, we have an illuminant hook, but just, you know, ignore that one. I should have paid slightly more attention. Let's go back to 1.3 and use the slime mount. True. Spin. How about Stardust Dragon? Stardust Dragon's, the problem with any pillar weapon is that it's only really usable for the pillars in the Moonlord, and maybe if you want to get like a Soaring Insignia or a Witch's Broom or something, you could get it and then take it back to like Pumpkin Moon or something else, but they're at such a late stage in the game that you don't use them for anything. It's just you get them and then the game's over 15 minutes later when you kill the Moonlord. You've got a couple other pillars and you've got the Moonlord and that's it. And then anything you get from the Moonlord completely outclasses whatever you get from the pillars with a... I mean, I guess for Summoner it's not as much of a thing, because you're not getting a minion from the Moonlord, but... What about the Bat Scepter? I'm not the biggest fan of anything that comes from Pumpkin and Frostburn. I've never really used the Bat Scepter, I'm going to be honest with you, so I can't really say how great it is. Onyx Blaster. Onyx Blaster is not bad. Yeah, this is very, very solid for Skeletron. Is it the best option against Skeletron? Absolutely not. There are... I think for Ranger at this point, Bee's Knees would probably be performing the best for Skeletron, but this is very, very respectable. And for a weapon that you can get pre-boss very, very easily, I really don't think Blade of Grass is matching up to this, let alone the other options. Molten Fury there. I'm a big, big fan of the Molten Fury. I really like the Molten Fury. Damage for Skeletron, I think Bee's Knees beats out Molten Fury pretty handily. But it's certainly easier to get a Molten Fury. Molten Fury you've never used, you just love Hellwing. I'm not a big fan of Hellwing. What about the Phantom Phoenix? Hellwing Bow for Wild Flesh is crazy for the piercing. The thing is, with Hellwing Bow, I think it's better to actually not use the Hellwing Bow special properties. I think it's better to just use Unholy Arrows. Because you don't really need infinite piercing for the Wall of Flesh. Unholy Arrows have 5x piercing. That's more than enough. You're not piercing more than 5 times on the wall. And you get like 8 extra base damage or something with Unholy Arrows. And the Hellwing Bow actually has quite low base damage, so 8 damage helps quite a lot. Yeah, okay. So there's Skeletron. Very, very reasonable. Bee's Knees is better than Molten and Hellwing. Look at Daktem's recent stream. Are we speedrunning For the Worthy? If we're talking For the Worthy, the Hellwing Bow sucks in For the Worthy. Like, that's one of the reasons that I don't like the Hellwing Bow. The Hellwing Bow is not good at the Wall of Flesh in For the Worthy. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's quite bad. Time. Why? Because the Wall of Flesh has small hitboxes. It's the inaccuracy doesn't do a great job of hitting him. Also, it's terrible at managing imps because it's inaccurate. It's not going to hit them consistently to stun them. I think it's quite bad for the Worthy. I would not use it. Over a Phoenix Blaster? Over something like Bee's Nades or Bee's Knees that actually hit things consistently? Like... what did I want? Molten Armor. Don't I have Molten Chest? Hold on, surely I have Hellstone. Okay. Take Blade of Grass. We can throw down a Sharpening Station to supplement not having a Reforge. I think the best thing about the Hellwing Bow is that you can run away and shoot off screen and be fairly safe. That applies to basically any ranged weapon that is not the quad barrel shotgun. You can do the same thing with a Phoenix Blaster or a Bee's Knees, or just throw B-nades behind you or anything like that. Bee's Knees is cracked. Bee's Knees is very good. Somebody said Bee's Knees was potentially usable early hard mode, which is an interesting thought. I would have thought it would be quite bad because of defense, but I'm curious to try that out. Okay. I think I'm going to actually need to grab potions for this because we're going to be trading hits. Let's do regen, iron skin, endurance, why not? Nothing damage, and then maybe campfire and hope next turn. Okay, Blade of Grass, very awkward to hit anything with. Not awful damage when it's hitting. Keep in mind this is assuming we have a sharpening station, which you very well might not have. Crimson Rod is okay against Brain Creepers. Yeah, it's fine against them. But it's more of a support weapon, yeah. I'm not really considering support weapons because they're not really weapons. Even without whip stacking, usual post Moonlord. Skeletron can't be poisoned, so why use Blade of Grass? Because I said that the Blade of Grass should not be in contention for the best weapon, and somebody said in response, well, actually, you can use the Blade of Grass for Skeletron, and I was like, that's fucking bullshit. There's no way it's good for Skeletron as opposed to, you know, in comparison to the Boomstick, Volcano, whatever. So that was the point where, okay, I will use the Blade of Grass for Skeletron. We will see how it does against Skeletron, and then I'm throwing it in the trash outside of the consideration. Barrel Launcher is really good. We tried the Barrel Launcher. I don't think the Barrel Launcher is that good. Volcano is much better for Skeleton. I know. I know. We can't really afford to trade hits. I mean, if we had more defense, we could be a bit closer and do a bit more damage, but like... if it can't stack up to the Boomstick, I don't see it stacking up to... It's not even the biggest fish in its small pond. It's certainly not going to match up to the biggest fish in the ocean. You know? So yeah. What were our other weapons? We had Blade of Grass. So we had phase blades. Phase blades and phase sabers. Huh. Aren't they kind of support weapons? I think just in outright damage, they're quite solid. You can throw them on the ground, but you don't have to throw them on the ground. You can do, phase blade stacking. I need to change one of my keybinds to make this work. Okay, this is weird to get the handle on, but I see the idea. Is that even doing better than just this, though? So damage-wise, this is like the peak of what I think a phase blade's gonna do. Like, your point blank, you've got something like this, which is honestly not that much different. It's still better than actually swinging. It's quite good for invasions. It has good piercing. Let's consider the point in the stage that it's good at. Right? We get phase blades after an evil boss. If you're in a drunk world, or if you're in Get Fixed Boy, you could potentially use it for the other evil boss, and I think it would be quite good for that. Because of the ground stick. The ground stick is very good, but this is more of a support function than an actual, like, primary weapon thing. You can get them free boss. I'm not considering gold chest meteorite bars as a viable, like, as a real thing. Like, if you can get it, that would be really good on the Eater, but you're not guaranteed to get it and be very inconvenient to get. But I mean, we can... Just for the fun of it. Can you summon... No, it needs to actually be a corruption. A contaminator? Yes. Do I have purple solution? No. Do I have, vial powder? No. Do I have... No. Shit. Do I can get them easily? Crimson World Graveyard? Tombstones researched? Yes, I do. Okay, let's try it. Ebonstone? No, I might have Ebonstone, yeah. Yeah, I have Ebonstone. Phase blades are just pretty bad in general. In the progression, you're not going to perfectly farm for them. Yeah, I think phase blades are hype, but I don't know if they're actually that great. Boss-wise, because the problem is, the phase blade needs to compete with the volcano. It needs to compete with the flamerang. I do think it has really good crowd control capabilities, but that's not really a stage in the game where you have... I'm just talking melee, not even the sand gun, yeah. Where there's a lot of stuff that you need to do that takes crowd control. I mean, you could do the Old One's Army with it. That's a very reasonable use case for it. You can do goblins, but by that point, you've probably already done goblins, and there's millions of things that shred goblins. I think they'd be solid for the... I don't even know if they'd be solid for the dungeon compared to the volcano. Yeah, I don't think phase blades are that good, at the stage in progression that they're at. Now, in hard mode, phase sabers, maybe that changes. You do have the destroyer. We're almost at 300. Yeah, I mean, this is... Is this really that much better than just like a flail? I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, if you... Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's alright. I do think you really have to stay inside of the eater or have a lot of his segments exposed for it to be great. Now granted, I'm gonna... This all looks great. I'm gonna do one thing real quick, and we're gonna see how it looks in comparison. I'm gonna grab a volcano. And I have a sneaking suspicion that everything that the phase blades just did, the volcano is going to do infinitely better. I mean... No, I think the phase blades were doing a bit better with the piercing stuff. It was definitely easier to stay alive with the phase blades. We're probably going to die to bites here. Yeah, no, okay, okay. Yeah, you're not fighting the Eater of Worlds with either one. But... Okay. So, is there anything else you're really going to be using phase blades on? I mean, surely you're not going to be using them on the Wall of Flesh. So, let's take phase sabers. I don't think this is that great. Right? Is there any argument for phase sabers? I can try them on the Destroyer. It really doesn't look... Let's get some gloves. I mean, no, I can't even get gloves. I can get Berserker's Gauntlet. I can get a Warrior Emblem. Slap on a melee helm. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how phase sabers are. So I'm gonna summon the Destroyer real quick and see how that goes. Got an old one's army, not much more. There's a lot of points for easier obtainment. The Razorblade Typhoon is up there. Take the time to get it pre-mech. Taking the time to... You can just beat the game, man. Okay. So, it should be... good on the coil. It's got infinite piercing. This is a little bit awkward, probe management, but, I mean, it's okay. I get that I have a starboard, I don't really care. We're here to see how much damage it does, not how effectively I can dodge the boss. I mean, this feels kind of like a worse Drippler Crippler, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I was using the Drippler Crippler, I'm pretty sure it would be about the same, but it would be doing, like, twice as much base damage. Yeah, I think this is a respectable weapon on the Destroyer. Like, it'll kill him. But if you leave it somewhere, I think it does, like 80% of its damage or something. It's fine, but at that point, you're not really using it as a weapon. We can throw it down right here, try to get him to... Yeah, I mean, that's just a budget Klinger staff at that point. It's okay. Let's go down the coil mid for the rest of the fight. Yeah. For snowball cannon and don't dig up? I've used it before. I know it's good. Okay. So I think that leaves the pre-hard mode melee weapons that we were considering as Star Fury and Knight's Edge. Now, Star Fury is, I think, the only weapon that I have we've brought up and actually looked at so far, besides the Phoenix Blaster, I think actually has a reasonable claim to the stake of best weapon in the game. The Star Fury's real fucking good. So, obtainment-wise, the world is guaranteed to spawn with a Star Fury. Now, you cannot get the Star Fury in a For the Worthy world or any world that includes For the Worthy, because Sky Island chests will be locked. You could get it through fishing in those, but it's not going to be easy to obtain in those worlds. So I think it does lose a couple of points for that, because I think if you consider every seed, the Star Fury does lose some points in For the Worthy. It's good for the Eye. It's good for Queen Bee. It's usable on Skeletron. It's usable on the Eye. I think it's just usable for everything. Let's just pull out. I get that I have a molten armor and stuff. I'll take a little bit off. Let's just pull out some stuff. I've used it on the Eye before, but it's really underwhelming on the Wall of Flesh. I do think it is. We'll get to the Phoenix Blaster later. Grav Pots is a bit iffy for obtainment. Is it? I mean, I find I get them very consistently from Underworld chests. Like, hell, there have been points in time where I'll get a Star Fury 5 minutes into the playthrough. That multiplayer melee only world that I did, I literally saw some pools of water on the ground, built upward, I had a Star Fury in 5 minutes. And I'm pretty sure I used that for the entirety of pre-hard mode. It's very good. You don't think Star Fury is guaranteed? Yes, it is. The world cannot generate a duplicate item in a Skyware chest until it has generated Star Fury, balloons, and a Lucky Horseshoe. It is not possible for a world to generate without a Star Fury, Lucky Horseshoe, and balloons. And then after that, it will attempt to generate a Celestial Magnet. It is not possible for a world to generate with fewer than 3 floating islands with chests in them. Every world, even a small world, will have 3 floating islands, and those floating islands will have Star Fury, balloon, Lucky Horseshoe in it. So no, it's not possible for a world to generate without Star Fury. You can generate as many worlds as you want, open them up in T-Edit and check it yourself if you want. The only way that a world can generate without a Star Fury is if, for some reason, you're using a secret seed that messes with things. I've tried Face Stack. I tried it, I just wasn't very impressed with it. Okay. So yeah, let's say we have Platinum Armor. I do remember seeing someone who very vehemently believed that the Star Fury was like the best weapon in the game, and was like higher DPS than anything else, and stuff. So let's pre-boss. So I think no Shark Tooth is fine, no Feral Claws. So we've got a couple things. Get a mediocre Reforge. Big Shocker, 3 to 4 candidates are melee. They're not. No, I mean look, none of these are actually. Alright. So I think I'm gonna take Shadow Flame Knife off, and I think I'm gonna replace it with Star Fury for the time being. Because I think Star Fury actually gets a claim. I think Shadow Flame Knife is silly, but I don't think Shadow Flame Knife actually gets quite the same level of respect. I made that at the beginning when I was just taking some people's ideas. It's not that great. Yeah, so let's say we got a Star Fury with a mediocre Reforge, dangerous. And we're just started the game, got a Star Fury. So let's go to nighttime, summon eye. So for the Star Fury to really do good damage, you do need to hit with the melee swing as well. It's a little bit awkward to aim. I think the Star Fury definitely loses some points in ease of use. Especially, I can't imagine this thing is easy to aim on console. You kind of need to be aiming very specifically in front of enemies. This is very, very respectable damage, though. Why'd I put the blade stack? Because I thought that it was more recognizable. Yeah. This is good damage. Blade of Grass did way better against the eye. Did it? I mean, that's a good point of comparison. We can... Console's auto-aim. Yeah, but you're not aiming at the enemy. You want to aim in front of them because you need to... Star Fury is for exploring caves. I mean, we're evaluating it as a weapon, not as a tool. This is kind of an awkward point. If you have high defense, you can face tank here. We don't have high defense. We can do some damage. Not a ton. This is a really awkward point for Star Fury. It's not easy to aim these projectiles. That wasn't an impressive showing. Boss damage, yeah. Oh, we can... minute 34? I guess. Yeah, let's compare that to the Blade of Grass. Exact same circumstances. We already established Blade of Grass was... Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's compare it to the Mandible Blade. Now, remember, our Mandible Blade is unreforged. Mandible Blade does get hurt by defense a lot more than the Star Fury did. However, we can stay further away from the Eye of Cthulhu a lot more comfortably with the Mandible Blade, which is very nice. I think Phase 1, the Star Fury definitely was going to do better. The Star Fury Star of issues being underground? No, it'll pass through projectiles until it gets to the height your cursor was at. It used to, but not anymore. You know, I don't think the Mandible Blade is doing as much damage, but in terms of ease of use, like, this thing is destroying the Star Fury, man. You know the best part about the Mandible Blade? It functions like a ranged weapon. Aren't the stylish scissors better than this? Yes, but I am very, very confident that the stylish scissors are going to get mega nerfed in the next update. Like, I feel like there's no chance that the stylish scissors don't get destroyed. So I don't really want to put that much stock into considering them. But yes, stylish scissors are... I think, honestly, in the current state of the game, stylish scissors easily win the best weapon in the game. I don't think there's anything else that matches up to them. It's also destroying your... Yeah, you do actually have to click for this one. Yeah, basically zero risk. It was a little bit slower than the Star Fury, I think. Honestly, it was barely even slower than the Star Fury. Yeah, yeah, we can... Just for the comparison, we can pull out stylish scissors. Yeah, with no reforge too. With a reforge, it probably would have been on par with the Star Fury. This is good because you like mage specifically because of the variety of weapons. I mean, that's fine. Like, it's not saying that the class that has this weapon is the best class in the game, or that if mage doesn't have a lot of contenders for individually very strong weapons, it's a terrible class. It's a terrible class for other reasons. But yeah, keep in mind, this isn't, you know, if you like one of the weapons that I say isn't the best weapon in the game, that's not me attacking you personally. Yeah, this is fucking ridiculous, by the way. Like, it's got a giant hitbox. It does a perfectly fine job of hitting him. We can maintain complete mobility. It hits halfway across the screen. It's dealing very good damage. It's got a debuff attached to it. We've got no reforges. And getting this weapon, literally, you find a spider cave. You've got this weapon. You just need to kill the stylist a couple of times. Maybe it takes a little bit of time, but... Does it infinitely pierce? I think it pierces twice, 2 or 3 times. It's not infinite, but it's quite good. Yeah, no Reforge is faster than the Star Fury. Not quite as good as I was expecting, but, you know, bear in mind we don't have armor piercing and stuff like that. I'm also not trying that hard to maximize things. You don't understand the stylish scissors hype when the boomstick exists? Stylish scissors are much easier for most players to get compared to the boomstick. Okay, so, yeah, I think I love the Star Fury. I am the person who will be sitting there at the pillars with a Star Fury in my hotbar, right? But this isn't a great weapon. The main use of Star Fury is just utility for hitting things through walls. And it's good at that. It's good. Even late in the game, it can be really useful for killing stuff like angry trappers or giant fungi bulbs. And it's respectable. And yeah, it's awesome for caves. But in terms of as an actual weapon, I really don't see it being that great. I don't know. Does anyone think that the Star Fury... like, that we're missing something here? Like, there's something that the Star Fury is awesome for, or that it really, really shines at? Because I like the Star Fury. And, like, I've tried it on the Wall of Flesh. It's not good on the Wall of Flesh. It's fine at the Wall of Flesh. But it's really not great at the Wall of Flesh. Worm Pierce? Doesn't the projectile only pierce like twice? It's just super easy to obtain. Yeah, it definitely gets a, like, A+ in ease of obtainment. It's pretty good in dead cells, that is true. You don't really like using Star Fury as a main weapon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Star Fury is it. I think we take off Star Fury from the list. Falls off hard after the first few dude, I think it falls off before the pre-hardmode bosses in terms of damage. Let's, you know what? For comparison, let's just take a platinum bow. Get frostburn arrows. Get an archery potion. And just shoot the Eye of Cthulhu. Right? This, to me, is the bare minimum baseline that weapons are competing against in terms of pre-boss, right? Like, if you're getting a weapon, it had damn well better be better than a platinum bow with frostburn arrows, right? This isn't even a tendon bow. This is just you spent 5 minutes mining, well, maybe 20 minutes mining for most players, and you got a bow, and you got some arrows, and you're using that on the boss. Should we count ammo? No, ammo's... I think if we were treating an ammo, I think Unholy, Crystal bullets are just ridiculous. I think Unholy arrows and Crystal bullets probably are the best. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Demon Scythe on account of how difficult it is. We'll get to Mage first. We're kind of working down the weapon list, and the weapon list starts at melee. So, Venom, Ichor. They can be niche good, but Crystal Bullets are like... they fire 2 extra shards off that can potentially double your damage if you're on a 0 defense enemy and both of them hit. Like, yeah, if you were using a pre-boss weapon and it's not better than a platinum bow with frostburn arrows, it's not a great pre-boss weapon. Glorified arrows with Shermite armor? That's not bad. I do like glorified arrows. Have we considered Shadow Flame knives? Yeah, we considered them. We'll try them back when we're going down the weapon list, like I said. Yeah. if it's not better than a platinum bow with frostburn arrows, it's not that hot. And Star Fury was like on par with that, and that's not a good place to be. What about Shadewood Bow? So, I think weapons like that are good. They're solid. But I don't think they have long-term applicability. Like, are you using the Shadewood Bow on for any boss fights, or are you just using it for early mobs? Right? Because there are pre-boss weapons. Boomstick, sand gun, stylish scissors that you can. You're using it for bosses. I have Shadewood. Evilwood bows have no staying power. Yeah. I usually make ore bows just because you find them in chests. Musket too. Yeah, we can... So I'm a big fan of the musket. Actually, we're going down the list. Stay organized. We took phase blades off. So we took phase blades off. Pre-hard mode melee. That just leaves us with the Knight's Edge. So we now get to ask the question, just how good is the Knight's Edge? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So let's say just pre-hard mode. We're not considering hard mode yet, just pre-hard mode. What is the... There are a lot of very good late pre-hard mode weapons. The Knight's Edge is one of them. Is it the best? Well, that's debatable. Easy to get, easy to use. Let's go to a pre-hard mode world. Okay, so there's not a ton of stuff for you to do with a Knight's Edge. It's very, very respectable against underworld enemies. However, I don't think it does that great against demons. I don't think it's as good at... You know what? Fuck it. Actually, Demon Scythe, S tier weapon. You get it on the first demon you kill, and then you just do the entirety of pre-hard mode with that. I was wrong. Okay, so yeah, it's just very, very respectable. I think no matter what you're doing, I think the Knight's Edge is very similar to the Phoenix Blaster in a sense, which is no matter what you're doing in pre-hard mode, outside of bosses, it will just handle it very well. There's no mess, there's no fuss. It just kind of works. Phoenix Blaster, I think, is much better at dealing with demons in the underworld. I think the Knight's Edge is much better at dealing with the other enemies. I also think demons are the more dangerous enemies, you know, for what it's worth. Knight's Edge outperforms Demon Scythe. Not if you angle your Demon Scythe shots, but I do think in general the Knight's Edge is better than the Demon Scythe, yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else you're using the Knight's Edge for in pre-hard mode outside of the underworld? No, that's the Blade Staff. I'll just fucking drive a... I'm just gonna take it off for now. You can get it before evil bosses. I'm not counting the sequence breaks. Yes, I get it. You can fish for hellstone out of obsidian, dude. If you're fishing for hellstone out of obsidian, I'd rather you just fucking hook a car battery up to my nuts. Oh yeah, go to the ocean. Yeah, get an angler. Do angler quests until he gets you a golden bug net. Go down to the underworld. Fish up a bunch of obsidian crates. Get hellstone and use that to kill a boss that is not remotely difficult to kill. Guys, we could get a Knight's Edge to kill the Eye of Cthulhu for. We could kill the Brain of Cthulhu, a boss that I could kill with the Blade of Grass by literally sitting still on a flat ground. Guys, the Knight's Edge would go crazy on the Brain of Cthulhu. Did you see me literally just standing still? You don't need to get a Knight's Edge that early in the game. The bosses aren't difficult. You don't need to do that. You were spending 4 hours just... Like, maybe in, like, hardcore legendary mode or something. But I'd rather just die and start the game over again. So yeah. Old One's Army probably performs respectively against. I don't think it'd be that amazing. Yeah, I think Knight's Edge mostly comes down to its... In its element here, very, very good. Now, when it comes to the Wall of Flesh... I'm gonna say something. And this might be a little bit of a hot take. I don't honestly think it's that incredible against the Wall of Flesh. So it's very good at managing hungry in single player. However, with the wall itself, do you see how spaced apart it is? I feel like you kind of have to prepare arenas that take the Knight's Edge into consideration in order to use it effectively. And I'm not the biggest fan of that. Once you get down to this point, this is when the Knight's Edge starts doing well. You eat through the hungry, and now you can stay up close. You can hit multiple segments at once. I know we have God mode on, just I don't feel like changing my gear. But I feel like this isn't that great. Right? Like, yes, if you funnel the Wall of Flesh, or if you're in a situation where you can hit all of it at once, it does really well. And yes, we don't have a Reforge, we don't have Molten Armor right now. You'd expect to be performing better. But, like... Am I crazy, or is this just not that great? You know, we'll fucking swap to a melee speed loadout, high damage. You know, Mega Knight's Edge. Even in this setup, like... Okay, I need, like, boots or something, man. Is it a max melee speed loadout? Yeah, it's the saw blade from Half-Life. Well, armor plus Pharaoh Claws. Yeah, I know that wasn't the best use case for the Knight's Edge. Melee has never been that amazing for the Wall of Flesh. Yeah, so... They also don't have any bridge. I know. I know there's stuff I could have done to make that better. But... Is it unreasonable to say that the Knight's Edge isn't that great for the Wall of Flesh? It is affected by melee speed. Now, we probably could have been 40% more effective, easily. Molten armor, damage bonuses, stuff like that. And we could build a bridge. Hell, we'll go to a world that has a bridge. You know what, let's go to a drunk world. Well, no, we can't go to a drunk world because, it won't do well because the eyes will be spaced out. If you have a very good arena, we should have a, this was, lawnmower only. I should have a solid, literal asphalt bridge across the entire underworld here. Build minecart tracks? What? I think minecart tracks are really, like, not great because it'll cause the wall of flesh's eyes to be spread out, then you won't be hitting all of them. I'm using this very seriously on a hardcore playthrough, and it breathing through wall of flesh makes it hard to get hit by the hungry, so makes dying really unlikely. I mean, it's also hard to get hit by the hungry if you just stay away from the hungry. This is... I know, maybe this was flare gun only. This was flare gun only. But yeah, like, a setup like this, Night's Edge is god-awful here. You need the wall of flesh to be, like, compacted into an area you can hit multiple times, I feel like. Minecarts are good for the weather so the imps don't bother you. I don't know. Like, I feel like my baseline, right? Was my... Did I get meteor shot? I meant to. There we go. Baseline would just be, you know, this. Oh, hello, Hollow Mimic. Did you not? Problem is we have hard mode spawns and a fucking Hollow Mimic showed up. Hold on. Yeah, baseline would be, we don't need to stay close at all. We can literally just stand far away, point a gun at him, and shoot. And like... I don't know. Oh, God, what the hell is going on? Just dropped to like 2 FPS. How do we fly into you and use ranged weapons? I mean, you can shoot them. And keep in mind, this is not a good arena we're using here at all, by any stretch. But, like, I don't know. The other problems with the Night's Edge... Okay. You can't really use the Night's Edge in a multiplayer world with more than a couple players against the Wall of Flesh. It doesn't work. You will just die. Which is really unfortunate. The FPS drop is part of the weapon. You gotta factor that in. Damn. Very difficult to beat Demon Scythe and Boomstick. Again, it's not just the damage of the weapon that matters. I feel like the Demon Scythe loses a lot of points because of just being really difficult to get. My baseline happens to be one of the most effective weapons in game. Exactly! Exactly. I would vote for the Phoenix Blaster. So if it's not better than the Phoenix Blaster, then why would it get to be the best weapon? Right? We're not talking the best weapon pre-mech. We're not talking the best weapon within a certain class at a certain stage in progression. We're asking, what is the best weapon in comparison to the best weapons in the game? And the Phoenix Blaster is really good. We're out of space here. Boomstick is easier to get than a Demon Scythe? Yeah, it is. I don't think... yeah. I don't honestly think that the Night's Edge... Okay. So that was part of what was important here. The other part of what's important here is, especially for late pre-hard mode weapons, the Knight's Edge is not awful on the wall, but I don't think it's that amazing. I think the other consideration is how well does the weapon do as soon as you get into hard mode. Right, so let's take hard mode wall. This is literally just too easy. Start of hard mode. You killed wall with Knight's Edge faster than you have any other weapon. How much setup did it take to do that? Like, in what circumstances? Because I hear people say like stuff like that, and then I'll show up to the Wall of Flesh with a Knight's Edge, and it will underperform. And yes, I am aware that if you set up situations so that the Knight's Edge specifically performs well, then it will do well. But I think just taking the Knight's Edge to the Wall of Flesh fight, I find it to underperform more often than it overperforms. But yeah, start of hard mode. Let's say we have a warrior emblem, and we'll take off this helmet, and that probably roughly approximates Molten. I mean, it's good at slimes. Let's go to the Crimson. Does armor piercing particularly help the Knight's Edge? It's high base damage, so it doesn't get a lot out of it. I mean, it's more damage than not having it, but... What the hell? Why is this lake frozen over? Yeah, I think the Knight's Edge kind of struggles with knockback. We have a Berserker's Glove, which will help it out a lot. There's a video by a channel called And It demonstrating how good the Knight's Edge is against Wall of Flesh without too much setup besides a small bridge. What's the video called? Master Mode Wall of Flesh versus Knight's Edge? Okay, we'll look at the setup. Are these glass platforms? Glass platforms, okay. Look, I'm not saying the Knight's Edge is bad, but what is the Knight's Edge doing here that just like a Hellwing Bow or Demon Scythe or Aqua Scepter or something else wouldn't be doing similarly in similar situations? Like, if you have that many buffs, I feel like any weapon is gonna be pretty damn good. Alright, I can pull out, okay, you know, I'll make a world in T-Edit right now. T-Edit.exe. And you know what, I will make a setup in a world that compacts the Wall of Flesh. It's super safe. They were playing pretty badly and still not dying. That's not because they're using the Knight's Edge. That's because they have fucking 30 buffs. Like, shit, man. You've got Regeneration, Iron Skin, Endurance, Titan Potion, Inferno. Like, with that many buffs, you're not going to die, especially the Wall of Flesh when he's above 50% HP. Like, you just have so much sustain. The Knight's Edge isn't what's causing that. I think the Phoenix Blaster is the safest, but it's certainly not the highest damage. But let's take a world. Is this the one that I already fought the Wall of Flesh in? I think it was. Let's just generate a world for this. I'll make a drunk world, so it has a nice open space. Wall of Flesh test. What are we testing? Wall of Flesh stuff. Right now it's just how good is the Knight's Edge? Knight's Edge doesn't have good damage, it fills the other categories well. Yeah, I agree with that. But I do think we need to figure out how good it is against the Wall of Flesh to really have a good sense of things. Let's do that. Doesn't Drunk World make Wall of Flesh harder? No? What are you talking about? I mean, I can uncheck the special seed if it makes you feel better, but we're just using this so we can set up an arena and tee at it. How many worlds do I have? Too many, man, too many. Okay. Okay, we've got a little hell bridge. And let me spawn in a guide. Save this world. Open up my worlds folder. Terraria, worlds. Just copy and paste this world a bunch of times. Okay. So, what is our ideal situation for the Wall of Flesh? We've got Molten Armor. We've got Feral Claws. Up the difficulty. Got an Obsidian Shield. Magic Luminescence, solid, maybe a Band of Regeneration. Something like this. Yeah, Sharpening Station's okay. We'll go Reforge stuff with a Goblin. Have to go to a different world for that. Defines best weapon. Read the description or look at the screen. It's written in both of those. Or read the pinned message that says to read the description. Okay, Godly? Sure. I'll put some defense on these. Because trying to fight the Wall of Flesh with a Knight's Edge without defense is depressing. Well, not necessarily depressing, but we'll just do that. And then let's get a couple potions. We'll say Titan Potion's very important for the Wall of Flesh. Swiftness. Titan. Regen. And then some healing potions. Okay. There's this one. Okay, we grab a guide food doll. Life Force. I'll pass. Demon Conch. Okay. So this should be a solid arena for the Knight's Edge. Yeah? The flasks, poison flasks can have a minimum effect on things. Like, it's not a funnel, but this is, like, I feel like about the best you could ask for. You mind I do a 500 HP? It's not about whether or not we die. Obviously, at the start, we need to handle Hungry. And we start to die here. Yeah, that was a great healing potion. Like, is this really that impressive for damage? No food. Yeah, I could have had a food buff. At this stage, we have to stay a little bit further away. We do actually take a lot of damage now for being near the wall, so we do have to be, you know, a little bit conservative. Maybe we can run away, wait for a potion to come off cooldown. Now, I will say an arena like this is not ideal for the Knight's Edge because the Knight's Edge doesn't need line of sight, right? It would be better if there was some things to block shots. But like, the idea wasn't, is this like incredible? It's how effective is this actually at dealing damage, right? And that didn't seem that much damage. Right, let's take a different weapon. Okay, good weapon. Fuck it, let's take a bee's knees. Archery potions. Get iron skin. Regen. I'll pass on the food buff because I didn't have the food buff in the first place. We can get a shark tooth necklace. Swap for the feral claws. Bee's knees is a good weapon. I'm nerfing specific weapons for not having auto fire on. That's not what nerfing is. You can play without auto fire on if you really hate the idea, but okay, godly, same reforge. Iron skin, regen, about all you need. Get necro armor. If they didn't want people to use auto fire, like, they could have not put an accessibility setting to do it. Like, there is nothing wrong with playing with a setting on that makes the game more comfortable to play. And I think evaluating things with auto fire on is perfectly fine. Why is auto fire not even on by default? They might change that at some point. Okay, yeah. Baseline comparison. Make sure to change to master mode. Okay, so first advantage, we don't have to wait for the wall of flesh to get close. And we don't have to stay anywhere near the wall of flesh. We can stay all the fucking way over here. And he can't do anything to me. Literally, just stand over here? What the fuck's he gonna do? Shoot a laser at me? I can see it coming from, like, from a mile away and just jump. The hungry aren't a threat. They can't do anything to me. I struggle to see the world in which the Knight's Edge is better than just doing this. Now, okay, this is a range-suitable arena. If we had stuff blocking shots, then yes, the Knight's Edge would be performing a little bit better. Now, this obviously isn't the most realistic situation. But, like... if the Knight's Edge is simple, then what is this? You know? And there were like 3 different ranged weapons you can do this with, and there were like 2 different mage weapons you could do this with. You're starting to like Terraria, you're playing with your friend, you have 30 hours on it, you beat Skeletron guy, and I have to loot. Any tips? Get a Phoenix Blaster. Yeah, you post Skeletron. You can get a handgun down in the dungeon. If you combine it with Hellstone from the Underworld, you make the Phoenix Blaster. Phoenix Blaster is a really good weapon. Blue Moon is instantly outclassed by Sun Fury. I mean, you use them together. But I feel like, you know, factoring them in together is kind of necessary. Dead? Ah, 20 HP. Don't have the accessory that buffs bees? No, it's worse than Shark Tooth Necklace, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I didn't play that the best I could have. I was kind of just sitting there shooting. More to exercise the point that I can sit there and shoot. I wasn't even looking at the screen grab for that. But... Wasp Gun plus Hive Pack, genuinely? What to the nightclub music? That's the Rainbow soundtrack. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the Bee's Knees. Somebody had mentioned it as being particularly good, that Dactime was using it in For the Willy speedrunning. I'm assuming the setup's a bit more specific. But I think in this situation, we would have been better off just using, like, B-nades. Yeah, let's say... let's do the obligatory Phoenix Blaster demonstration. Okay, Phoenix Blaster with Meteor Shot with Boomstick plus Meteor Shot. Okay. Alright, and bear in mind this Phoenix Blaster is not for Reforge. Did we get a Reforge for it? Yeah, we should. Is Phoenix Blaster still winning? I mean, the melee weapons have been losing. Let's see, we've been going with Godly. Let's see if we can get Godly. Godly or Demonic, they're the same DPS. Yeah. Did Yo-Yo only run once? Boring as shit. Such as the way of the Yo-Yo. Yeah, we'll try out a few different range weapons here. And I will fully acknowledge, this is not a great Wall of Flesh arena. I made this in 30 seconds in T-Edit. So obviously it's not going to be performing, you know, as amazing as possible. Phoenix Blaster still has the advantage of not needing to be on screen. Now, ideally, you don't actually want to be off screen. When I was using the Bee's Knees, I was kind of just holding down the runaway key. But ideally, you keep the wall of flesh at the edge of your screen. That works a lot better. And I'm sure going back, now that I'm a bit more familiar with using the bee's knees, that's the first time I'd used it in like a couple of years. I'd do a bit better with it. But, I mean, wall of flesh is already a third of the way dead, and we've no danger whatsoever. We didn't have to go through the whole killing the hungry at first phase. If we run away and he builds up more hungry, we don't just shoot ourselves in the foot. Like, if you stop attacking the wall of flesh and he builds back up hungries with the Knight's Edge, you can kind of be in trouble. Leeches can be a little bit dangerous. They're certainly easier to deal with the Knight's Edge than with the Phoenix Blaster. Can we add Toxic Hope as a candidate? No. It's... Man, the Phoenix Blaster really does just have frame drops. I guess Relogic did nerf it in 1.4.6. Shadow nerf. Now we drink our potion. And, like, if we want to, we can straight up just stay really far away, hold down the D key, and then just shoot right here, and fire straight, pierces through hungry, dead. You know? Perfectly fine. Now, ideally with the Wall of Flesh Arena, you want something that blocks shots in the middle so you're not just exposed like that. It can be a little bit awkward. But, I mean, that works really well. Clockwork Assault Rifle is just a worse Phoenix Blaster. There's no need to run away from Wall of Flesh if you have Molten. I think you are grossly overestimating how much defense Molten Armor gives you. Okay, let's look at some other weapons. Let's say... man, I don't have Hellwing Bow or Quad Barrel Shotgun. Aquaceptor. Yeah, Aquaceptor. Aquaceptor. Demon Scythe. Not necessarily as candidates for the best weapon, just as candidates for other late pre-hard mode options. That was Demonic. I wanted that. Godly, that's okay. Aquaceptor. Isn't there something with the Aquaceptor where like a reforge that slows it down is better or something? We'll just go with Demonic. They changed that? Oh, okay. Let's say we slap on some jungle armor. We get, say, mana regeneration potion, because I'm lazy. I don't feel like sorting out other things. This is fine. We could slap on magic cuffs. I don't know if... I usually do stuff with my T-edit character, I think. Okay. So, let's see how in a similar situation these weapons perform. Is Magic Potion not a reasonable assumption? Oh, Magic Power Potion? You get him in Underworld chests, right? I think that's a reasonable assumption then. Yeah. Because they're pretty common down there. Guide Voodoo Doll. Master Mode. What about the Paladin's Hammer? We'll get to that later. Right now we're finishing up pre-hard mode melee weapons. Let's do Aquaceptor first. Now, I'm quite fond of the Aquaceptor. I think this is a really nice weapon. It does also have an advantage. I think it bounces off lava now, so if you're fighting the Wall of Flesh above lava, like it'll arc back upwards. It's very good at managing hungry. Better than the Phoenix Blaster, certainly. It has much better piercing, so it handles multiple enemies like that really well. If you angle things well, you can hit multiple parts of the Wall of Flesh at once with it. It's a very respectable weapon here. good for the leeches too, yeah. Now this arena setup works very, very well for the Aqua Scepter, because the Aqua Scepter doesn't do well with tight spaces or long distances. Kind of an open space like this where it can arc freely is ideal for the Aqua Scepter, as opposed to some of the other weapons not suiting this arena very well. Yeah, aim at a leech, it dies. And, yeah, Aqua Scepter, very, very respectable. Very good. We can do Demon Scythe next. But yeah, in comparison to that, why would I be using a Knight's Edge? Guide Voodoo Doll. Yeah, and then we'll do Demon Scythe too. Now, the ideal way to use a Demon Scythe is to angle your shots upward. So you hit multiple parts of the wall of flesh at once. We're not going to do that. We're just going to be John, aim left, and... Oh, this is journey mode. I didn't change the master. One sec. Did we already test Water Bolt? No, I don't think Water Bolt really is that strong of a contender here. Yep. And that's Phoenix Blaster. Yeah, one of the strengths of the Demon Scythe is I can literally just stay very far away, aim straight horizontal to me, and then just kind of jump. And, I mean, what's he gonna do? In a setup like this, you can kind of do that. However, I'm not going to do that, because you need a setup like this, which is a little bit unreasonable. So let's just say we're doing a, you know, jump up, generate Demon Scythes, aim left. The Demon Scythe is very, very good at the Wall of Flesh in an arena like this. It struggles a lot more in more restrained arenas, because you have the whole delayed shots and stuff like that. Star Cannon. Star Cannon doesn't really get to be in consideration much, I think, just because it really struggles with obtainment and just ammo obtainment. It loses a lot of points on that. Yeah, very, very good weapon. So with both of those, and you know, we'll do a Hellwing Bow too. You generally think Boomstick plus Meteor Shot beats Phoenix plus Meteor Shot? I'm sick of fighting the Wall of Flesh. I don't care that much. The point of this was not to demonstrate those weapons. It was to demonstrate the Knight's Edge is not that great. It's really not. And then we walk into hard mode. We walk into hard mode, and We've got... Nasty, sure. Nasty is knocked back down. Maybe we don't do that. Godly. Yeah. Remember, we're not testing those weapons right now. We're testing the Knight's Edge right now. We're going through melee weapons first. Right now, we're on the Knight's Edge. Those were there so we could get a baseline comparison of how the Knight's Edge does. So we got Warrior Emblem. Yeah, this is a post-Plantera world, but I don't think that changed their knockback resistances and stuff, right? Just their damage. Okay. Yeah. Hollowed enemies. Well, you in the underground hollow, you're doing stuff down here. You know, fine against Illuminate Bats. Good on Enchanted Swords, hits through walls well. Yeah, I think Knight's Edge, early hard mode mobbing, is respectable. I don't think it's incredible. I think it really struggles with enemies that have projectile attacks, which a lot of hard mode enemies at this point in time do start to get. It's certainly not going to do well against pirate invasions. It's stone cold unusable on 2 of the mech bosses. It's arguably maybe usable on the destroyer, but really not that great on it. I don't know why you would use this over just like a phase blade if you wanted an easy weapon for the for the destroyer. Knight's Edge struggles against hard mode Crimson. Yeah, Herplings are really hard with the Knight's Edge from what I remember. You do still have kind of awkwardness like that. Can you do Adamantite Sword until you get Shadow Flame Knives? Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take the Knight's Edge off the list, or take it out of consideration. I don't think the Knight's Edge is that good. I really don't think it is. I think it's a solid weapon. I think it's very respectable, but I think it is not really as consistent against the Wall of Flesh as the other class options. It's not as flexible and versatile to use. It's stone cold unusable in multiplayer with more than like 5 people. It's okay with early hard mode, but I think there are pre-hard mode weapons that do better in early hard mode than the Knight's Edge does. It's not that difficult to obtain, but it's not super convenient to obtain, I would say, either. So yeah, I think no pre-hard mode melee candidates. So hard mode melee candidates. No, 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 not as a weapon. No, no, no. Cutlass is very good, but it's niche. It's niche, and I don't think it's a serious contender. No, no. Is Beam Sword actually good? Somebody had mentioned the Beam Sword. I haven't used it since the rework. Is it, like, usable? Is it actually, like, a weapon? Yeah, Cutlass is kind of a fetid Bagnac situation. It's interesting. It's good underground. Comfy to use. We can try it. I don't think it'll be a serious candidate. Still annoying to get and is decent. Might be good for farming. Well, I'm interested in it. I've never really used it that much. So I'll pick one up and we can play around with it briefly. Nothing serious. It's certainly not gonna be anything impressive, I don't think. Where's my builder's workshop? Did I already pass it? Yeah, let's favorite this. Check the drop rate. I know the drop rate's low. I just want to see what the weapon does, because I haven't really used it. Okay, hard mode swords. Let's do beam sword. 68 base damage is okay. Okay, so it fires the projectile, but the projectile bounces now. Only melee weapon candidates are true Excalibur and Terrorblade. They just stand too tall. Wiki window still up. Oh, whoops. Okay, we're back. Alright, guys, a little off-screen mining. Got a beam sword. Yeah, let's just take this thing to the Crimson and see how it does. I'm curious. I mean, this feels pretty good to use. Oh my god, no, it still has the fucking turning in the wrong direction when you're using it. No, this weapon's unusable. God. You have to stop attacking to change the direction you're swinging in. They bounce? Yeah, they bounce now. Yeah, I think this is a solid weapon. It's the first time using it after the rework. I think it's quite cozy for dealing with mobs. If you ignore the whole bounce thing. I think it should be quite good for just, you know, farming souls or stuff like that if you get one to drop. But I don't think this is going to be doing a whole lot against bosses. And I certainly think it has a couple annoyances. It's also pretty hard to actually obtain. Yeah, this is very respectable performance against regular enemies. Okay. So that was beam sword. No, 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 no. Maybe. No. 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 I have a really hard time believing... I haven't really used the keybrand after its buff. I have a really hard time believing that the keybrand was buffed enough to make it competitive with the Terrorblade and other options there. In terms of a lot of stuff. But I feel like True Excalibur, Terrorblade are definitely contenders. No. No. I love the Flying Dragon. I love the Flying Dragon. I forgot Keybrand got buffed. We can try it. So I'm not considering it as a secondary put-down weapon. I'm considering it as an actual weapon. Keybrand is not hard to obtain. It's not. It's a very common drop. You have so many enemies in the dungeon, you get it pretty quickly. Unless I'm in Flying Dragon, in which case, yeah, very sad. Yeah, I think Keyblade, Terrorblade, True Excalibur are the candidates here. Which... So let's take True Excalibur first. Go in order. The True Excalibur is really good. However, the True Excalibur is only good for a pretty short period of time. It's got good damage. It is easy to use. Very easy to use. It's very easy to get. But you also get rid of it really quickly. Because you immediately get a Terrorblade with it after Plantera. So I feel like, while the True Excalibur is very good, you're only really using it for one boss. And while it's very good for that boss, and it's solid for the Solar Eclipse. Honestly, I don't even think it's that great for a Solar Eclipse. Honestly, with nail heads and shit, I feel like I'd rather use a different weapon for Solar Eclipses than the True Excalibur. It's good at making sure you don't get hit by vampires and deadly spheres, but... I feel like there's a lot of range stuff, and having distance in a Solar Eclipse can be nice. Yeah, I think the True Excalibur is a very, very good weapon, but I don't think it stacks up to the longevity and stuff of the Terrorblade. Okay. So now we get to the interesting question. which is just how good is the Terror Blade? Okay, so let's... Considering post-moonlord weapons, they lose out on... The problem is they don't have any use. I feel like what you can use the weapon for is very important, and you can't use post-moonlord weapons for anything. You use Terror Blade over solar weapons? I mean, it's not better than solar weapons, so its ease of use is probably the highest in the game. Yeah, I think I would agree with that one. I don't think there's any weapon in the game that is more brain dead than the Terror Blade. I think you could give a Terror Blade to a fucking goldfish and it could probably kill Golem with it. Yeah, I don't think it has any competition in ease of use. I think it's literally you attack in a giant circle around you and you attack with a giant laser in front of you that will hit anything that even thinks about existing. The projectile is the size of Saturn. So yeah, ease of use, Terror Blade easily beats everything else. And it also, like, hits to the edge of the screen, because of course it does. Ease of obtainment. The Terror Blade loses some points here. I get that the Terror Blade ingredients are good, and that you'll probably have the Terror Blade ingredients, but this is not an easy-to-obtain weapon. It's a good weapon, which justifies the time spent getting it, but at its core, this is actually a very difficult weapon to obtain. You get it by using the weapons that are already good, so you'll likely have the components anyways, because, I mean, True Excalibur is, like, one of the best pre-Planetary weapons. The Knight's Edge is a very, very good pre-hard mode weapon, and all the Knight's Edge pieces are very, very good weapons. It's certainly worth it, but this is not the easiest weapon to obtain. If, you know, if we considered, I don't know, a wooden bow to be S+ tier on obtainment, like, you literally just make a workbench and craft it, and, you know, anything that you just, like, craft or buy super easily is, like, S super, super easy. And then, you know, something like, I don't know, a Phoenix Blaster or an Aqua Scepter or a Hellwing Bow is, like, A, where you just... You're in a biome that you're going to be in anyways, more than likely, and you just, like, open a chest or, like, do something really simple. I'd give the Terror Blade maybe, like, a B- or a C+. You gotta get a Broken Hero Sword, which can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Sometimes you, you know, you're doing a solar eclipse, you go an entire solar eclipse, don't get a Broken Hero Sword. It happens sometimes. You do need the Knight's Edge pieces. Calling Terror Blade hard to obtain? The Terror Blade is not an easy weapon to obtain. You just have the components because melee is a fucking busted class and the Knight's Edge pieces are overpowered as hell. Considering the Phoenix Blaster is half a Knight's Edge. Okay, but the Terror Blade is more than just a Knight's Edge, right? If the Phoenix Blaster, half a Knight's Edge, you need, okay. Knight's Edge, you need Dungeon Chest, Hellstone, Jungle Loot, Demonite Crimtane. Demonite Crimtane's free. Dungeon Chest, that's 1 point. Hellstone, that's 1 point. Jungle Stuff, that's 1 point. Phoenix Blaster, you need Hellstone, Dungeon Chest. That's 2 points. Aqua Scepter, you need Dungeon Chest. That's 1 point. And Knight's Edge, 3 points already. And then you also need a Broken Hero Sword from a Solar Eclipse. You know, I feel like that's a solid couple points out. You're taking... Whether Hellstone really counts is a different thing, but... You know, you're in multiplayer. You're not always going to have the Muramasa and all of the ingredients that you need. It happens sometimes. Like, you can't always get a Terror Blade. A Terror Blade is not easy to obtain. It gets like a B. right? If A tier weapons are things that you get with very, very minimal effort, the Terrorblade is not minimal effort. It takes some effort to get. Okay? Like, I'm sorry if we have to go S to F and actually have those tiers be meaningful. But, like, if an F tier weapon is a Terragram, a D tier weapon is, I don't know, like a Terragram or like dev set yo-yo, that's an F. They're like impossible to obtain. D is, I don't know, maybe a random drop from the old one's army, or biome chest weapon, or stuff like that. A C would be going out of your way for something that's not super rare within that niche, but it's just something you wouldn't really be doing. It takes a bit of effort. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like moon weapons or something. And then B would be something that's not terribly hard to get, but you have to put in some effort for it. It takes some time. Yeah, blood moon fishing in C or something. And then A would be something that takes very, very minimal effort. You basically just have to go somewhere and get something, spend, you know, 10 minutes. Like a Terrorblade does not... It's like the amount of time that it takes, right? It takes 30 seconds to obtain something in S tier. It takes 5 to 10 minutes to obtain something in A tier. It takes maybe 20 to 30 minutes for something in B tier. Couple hours for something in D tier. And then like 10 hours for something in F tier, right? The Terrorblade takes like half an hour to get. Like, it's not... If you're walking up and sure, you already have these and you just need a broken hero sword, sure. But what if you don't? What if you don't have a Knight's Edge yet? What if you try to do a solar eclipse, but you don't get a broken hero sword to drop? What weapons would be S tier? Basically anything you can just craft or buy for nearly free. A lot of post-line weapons are quite out of the way under decent weapons. I didn't think I said Keybrand was A tier. What? I haven't even gotten to Keybrand yet. We haven't talked about Keybrand yet. But, like, I'm just saying, with that ranking, I feel like the time to get is how you'd look at how easy it is to get. And, like, I don't think the Terrorblade is, like, you know, 5 to 10 minute time investment. Like, getting chests from the dungeon. I think you're grabbing an Aqua Scepter or a handgun or a Blue Moon or something like that. Like, I feel like, especially if you know how dungeon chest loot generation works and you know where to look, you can easily get that in 5 or 10 minutes. You've got to go get the Eclipse spawner. You might have to farm for an Eclipse spawner. You might die in the temple. Like, it takes some time. I get that it's not, like, incredibly difficult to get, but it's not easy to get. And then we've got versatility. So, let's consider how many things is the Terrorblade good for, and how many things could you use the Terrorblade for reasonably? Let's go bosses first. Golem, definitely. And then I feel like it's not that great for these 3 bosses. Am I the only one? I don't really like the Terrorblade on Duke Fishron. Maybe it's just because I'm ranger-brained and used to using, you know, Tsunami and stuff like that. I really dislike how easy it is to accidentally hit the cultist's clones with the Terrorblade's arc. Looking for excuses to just give it to the Phoenix Blaster? I'm not looking for excuses to just give it to the Phoenix Blaster. All weapons that are better melee-wise than Terror Blade for Duke/Empress are much harder to get. That is true. Yeah. For the Terror Blade to really shine, I feel like you do need to hit the melee swing as well as the arc. Because that's like half the damage. And it's very difficult to do that on Duke Fishron. It's more reasonable on the Empress. No, we haven't got to Flint yet. Terror Blade just isn't great single target. It's easy, which is what makes it appealing. Yeah, it's mostly the fact that it just attacks the entire screen at once is very silly. Does trade damage for distance, yeah. Yeah, Terror Blade definitely gets on the list. We put it on the list. So other melee weapons. I feel like the Keybrand can't be that impressive, but we can try it out a bit. Terror Blade is the easy to obtain. Flying Dragon is much better than the Terror Blade. But it's kind of a pain in the ass to get the Flying Dragon, and it doesn't have a lot of relevancy because it's very late in the game. Solid base damage. I'm sorry, I don't feel like I can try any other post-plan Terror melee weapon with a straight face when the Terror Blade exists. Like, I don't think the Keybrand is a bad weapon, but literally every melee weapon has to grapple with the fact that it's not a Terror Blade because the Terror Blade is so ridiculously overpowered. Keybrand is usable as a secondary. You know, that's respectable, but on the other hand, you know, like if we're looking at the Terror Blade, everything else looks bad in comparison at this stage in the game when you can just do this. Now, granted, this is for the max melee speed setup, so, you know, this isn't exactly the most reasonable thing, but like, when you're able to do this with not even that much less base damage, yeah, the Keybrand does have the secondary damage increase, but like, I can't seriously take the Keybrand into consideration. Like, look at how ridiculous the Terror Blade is at managing just regular enemies. Look at how ridiculous the Terror Blade is at just managing regular enemies. Like, they can't even get anywhere near you. It's not extra damage based on HP. It's just enemies with less than 90% of their max HP. It gets a damage buff against them. I think. Or maybe it's 75%. Maybe I'm mixing it up with the Pwn. Not Pwn. Breaker Blade. Yeah, the Terror Blade's completely ridiculous. And the Keybrand is not. Contextually, any melee weapon post-plan Terra, it sucks, and Relogic should absolutely, like, you know, reconsider the Terror Blade, I feel like. But unfortunately, every single melee weapon post-plan Terra needs to answer the question, why would I use this instead of a Terror Blade? Oh, it does scale? Interesting. I didn't know that. But I really have a hard time considering that when it's right next to the Terror Blade. Terror Blade should be post Golem. I think it really changes that much, honestly. I think weapons like the Keybind should easily be taken out of consideration. But yeah, I think of all of these weapons, the only serious contender doesn't make sense for the Phoenix Blaster to sit next to the Terror Blade. I think it absolutely makes sense for the Phoenix Blaster to sit next to the Terror Blade. You get the Phoenix Blaster post Skeletron. It's good for the Wall of Flesh. It's good for the Twins. It's good for Skeletron. It's acceptable against the Destroyer. It's good for Plantera. It has a pretty unparalleled level of crowd control early hard mode with dealing with enemies. I've used the Phoenix Blaster for the entire game multiple times. It's a very good weapon. It's very versatile. I will regularly walk up. I was playing multiplayer with 8 other people in with YouTubers. I was using the Phoenix Blaster for the Twins with melee headpiece. I don't even think I had an emblem, and my Phoenix Blaster didn't have a great reforge. I think it was like godly, not unreal or something, and I still like was competitive in DPS with everyone else using Ichor bullets, not crystal. Like, it's a good weapon. It's a really good weapon. But yeah, is there another weapon like the Terror Blade that is so overarching / good that other weapons must be compared to it to be deemed viable? People do it a lot with the boomstick. Like people just bring up, why would I use that instead of a boom? Hell, I was doing it today. I think the boomstick is definitely very overpowered. Yeah, okay. Does anyone think there is a melee weapon, among the swords at least, that would have a claim besides the Terror Blade? I don't think there is. I don't think there is. I think the only other maybe is the Knight's Edge, but after like actually looking at it, I really feel like it kind of underperforms. Blade of Grass and Star Fury? No, we looked at those. They were very underwhelming. Influx Waver is hard to get, hard to use, and not really that great. Okay. Well, yo-yos. It's not, remember, it's not what is the strongest weapon. Because strength isn't everything. How easy it is to use, easy to get, stuff like that is really important. Starfire is great for farming ore, but yeah, but it's not really a weapon thing. Yeah, so yo-yos, I think we can pretty comfortably just move straight on past those because these are terrible. The Amrock is maybe kind of okay. The High 5 is maybe kind of okay. The rest of these are pretty terrible. So spears. On to spears. You know, I was watching... Obsidian Swordfish is pretty damn good now. Dark Lance? I really don't like the Dark Lance. Dark Lance is like Knight's Edge tier. I don't like the Dark Lance. I have tried to use the Dark Lance multiple times, and every single time I've really disliked it. Yeah, Obsidian Swordfish does suffer in obtainment. Vodded Fork? Vodded Fork isn't bad. Powderism's not bad either. We have an Obsidian Swordfish? Yo, I do. So they buffed the Obsidian Swordfish quite a lot. It's very good now. Actually has quite a lot of range. Range scales with melee speed, which is nice. Let me see how this performs against, like, the twins. I mean... The aiming on it's a little bit weird. I'm still getting used to it. But this seems pretty damn good. Now, I'm not taking this as a serious candidate, but this has a lot of range, and these projectiles hit multiple times and do quite a lot of damage. Try pairing the projectile with stabbing them. It's hard to stab the twins, is the problem. Like, if we're at point blank range, it does a lot, but we don't have the health to back that up. Let me try Skeletron Prime? Maybe. Maybe. Would I use it over a repeater? I would never get this because I don't like fishing. Yeah, Prime's a... I don't know if I like this for Prime. Prime moves a lot in weird ways. The projectiles aren't very large, and it feels kind of hard to angle the shots, you know? Yeah, Iceball Flask would help. Definitely. Yeah, we're doing stuff in class order. Yeah. So Obsidian Swordfish is cool. Definitely not the best weapon in the game, but I think it's very respectable. And I don't know. I really don't like the Dark Lance. I don't. I feel like it feels very awkward to use. It's not very long range. It's good at a couple things, but I really feel like you need to build a Dark Lance arena for the weapon to be usable on the Wall of Flesh. Rotted Fork is good for a couple things, but I don't think it has the same kind of longevity as some other weapons. Yeah, no, Dark Lance doesn't get on there. Qualified Partisan's good. Yeah, I don't think any of the spears are it. I think they're too niche. You imagine I would be a lot more heftier before you saw... Dude, I weigh like 130 pounds. I'm 5'10". Oh, is this just solid block bridges? I don't know. The times I've tried to use the Dark Lance on the Wall of Flesh, it always felt like it did a terrible job with managing hungries. It felt like I couldn't effectively manage the hungries, and then I would just die because of it, because it couldn't hit vertically very well. Yeah, boomerangs. Flying knife is a boomerang. I think of these, Possessed Hatchet, Paladin's Hammer, Flamerang are probably the best. Light discs aren't bad. Banana Ring's quite good. I don't know. It's just anything here onward has the Terrorblade problem. Chlorophyte Partisan is very good. I do like the Chlorophyte Partisan a lot. So United Shield is good? Yeah, but it gets like a D in versatility. Or sorry, in ease of obtainment. Damage-wise, I don't think any boomerang is exceptional. I think there are some good boomerangs, but I don't think there's anything exceptional. Possessed Hatchet gets very good score in ease of use. I think the rest of them don't get a great score on ease of use. Any boomerang before light discs, you get punished a lot for missing. Well, not the trimarang, but most of these pre-hardmode ones, you lose a lot for missing. For events, Paladin's Hammer is exceptional. Yeah. Paladin's Hammer prefer over Terrorblade on Golem and Old One's army. Isn't Hatchet really strong now, so they added a Hemorrhage dot to it? Hemorrhage is what, like 100 DPS? So it gets an extra 100 DPS? It works on Golem? What the fuck? What the fuck? I can put Hemorrhage on a... I can put Hemorrhage on Skeletron Prime's hands? On probes? On the Destroyer? Wait, no, this is immune NPCs. Okay, okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm stupid. Okay. No, I'm just a dumbass. Okay, these are the enemies that can't bleed. Which, Goblin Outros don't have blood? Why are Goblin Outros immune to hemorrhage? What? Lizards don't have blood? Hornets don't have blood? You know, most of these I get. Most of these I get. Spiders don't have blood, I guess. I can kind of thematically understand the Crimson enemies. We were testing some debuffs on some of these immune enemies and they worked. Okay, so maybe the list just isn't correct. Yeah, they updated Poisoned at one point. I think. Maybe it was Venom. Okay. So. Paladin's Hammer. Good for the moons. Good for the Old One's armor. Fine on Golem. Or not incredible on Golem. Yeah, farming Paladins isn't very fun. I don't know, I'm just... Maybe it's just the stage of the game that they're in. But I'm really having a hard time considering any post-Plantera weapon when the Terrorblade is on the table. I've used the Paladin's Hammer. Just try it. I've used it before. We can pull it out for stuff, but like... It's really hard to understate how ridiculous the Terrorblade is. I'm aware that it's been buffed. Look, I know it can hit off screen. It takes like 5 seconds to come back. I'm well aware. This is cool, but it doesn't make an effective weapon. Yeah, I know it's not meant for a melee speed loadout. I'm just... This is me making a joke that I'm aware of what it does. Like, it's good for this. This is, you know, solid. Honestly, not really even that great. Why are we glazing this? Like, just, you know, for comparison. Are we really saying the Paladin's Hammer is that much better than this? I get that it's probably doing more piercing damage, but once we get to the bosses, I'm pretty sure the Terrorblade's gonna be doing better on the bosses. You don't think I'm giving it a fair shake? What's it good for? What's it? Because, like, sure, the first couple waves, it's pretty okay, but what now? We can't really sit still and line up enemies nearly as consistently. I feel like the Terrorblade is just gonna way outperform it here. Once we get to the bosses. We can pull it out. It really just doesn't... I mean, it does better crowd control than a Terrorblade. I will give it that. You get out here. Yeah, I feel like the hammer can do well, but I really feel like you need to have a specific setup for it to do well. Terrorblade, the strength of the Terrorblade is that I don't need to pay attention to things to make it work. I can just sit here, fly in a circle, and just hit the attack button, and it will hit and kill whatever the hell is in the general vicinity. You know, let's fucking hyperspeed mode. Whereas the Paladin's Hammer, I don't think you can just start using. Like here, I'm struggling to even get it to fly to go hit the Morning Woods. Terrorblade should be disqualified. The only reason I would disqualify a weapon is if it was something that was like reliant on an exploit or something like that. We already know the Terrorblade is the best melee weapon. I mean, if we're seriously considering other weapons, we have to acknowledge the fact that the Terrorblade exists. And like, I'm not saying the Paladin's Hammer is bad, but it's not holding up to the Terrorblade. And neither is the Possessed Hatchet, neither are any of those post-Plantera options. Now, an earlier in the game weapon could compete with the Terrorblade because it's not about how good is this weapon in absolute terms. It's how good is that weapon relative to where it is in the game. So like where the Terrorblade is in the game, huge versatility, very reasonable to get, very reasonable to use for a lot of things. And like they don't. So these weapons, the Blue Moon Sun Fury combo is cute, but it's not that great. I'm a big fan of the Drippler Crippler and Dower of Power, but I think they're very niche in their usage. They're not very versatile. You can use them on the Destroyer to great effect. They are solid for some events and stuff. They're not really that great on the other mechs. Anchor, I don't think Anchor is actually that great. Yeah, Dower's very easy to get. That's its main strength. Drippler Crippler's awkward to get. Chain Guillotines. Of these, the only one that I think is maybe a contender is Flare On. And I'm gonna be honest. There are two ways you can analyze the Flare On. You can look at the Flare On as a post-golem weapon, in which case it's very underwhelming in terms of overall value. Like, it's fine. It's not great. It's a solid weapon. I like using it. It's a Duke Fishrod weapon, so it's good. If you look at it as a pre-mech weapon, all of Duke Fishron's drops are very good at that stage, but the question is it fair to look at them as a pre-mech weapon? And I don't really think that it is. I think it would be like looking at doing Skeletron as your first boss in pre-hard mode and then going, oh, you know, I can just get an Aqua Scepter. And then the Aqua Scepter is kind of good for just carries you through the entirety of pre-hard mode, you know? It's not easy to get it that way. And you can't look. Yeah. Whatever weapon you're using to kill Duke Fishron is probably the more impressive thing than the weapon you're getting from Duke Fishron. Yeah, it's not easy to get a Flare-On. Look at it as pre-mech, but consider it not easy to get. I mean, I don't think the Flare-On... I don't think the Flare-On is it. If a Duke Fishron weapon were to be on this list, it wouldn't be the Flare-On. Is that fair? I think we'll pass on the Flare-On. Terragrim's a hard no. F-, probably the hardest weapon in the game to obtain. Not counting Celebration Mark 10. Ale Tosser, no. Now we get to the fun part. You guys didn't think anything could compete with the Terror Blade, but have you guys used the Flint? Because the Flint's kind of busted. Not gonna lie. The Flint is really, really good. I haven't used the Flint very much, but the Flint is very, very good. I honestly haven't actually played around with the Flint that much, so let's do that. I don't have a Flint research, we'll have to craft one. So let's figure out how the Flint stacks up to things. So number one, ease of obtainment. This thing is very easy to get. I would consider this like A tier in ease of obtainment. Adamantite and Hellstone, that's nothing. That's nothing. You have 20 Hellstone just from shimmering a molten pickaxe, which you're gonna have to get Hellstone in the or to get the other stuff. Solid range. It's not the easiest to use. This is pre-mech. Yeah, this is, you know, consider other weapons at this stage in the game, what you have to go through for them. You've got to make Crimson or Hollow Deserts. You got to farm a bunch of souls. Flint, you're probably mining anyways. This thing... Oh, we had Master Mode? Holy fuck. Okay. I think that was, we had a banner. Tetra. Need to remain grounded for damage. Okay, that's a little bit awkward. So how high in the air do we need to stay? Just spam click in the air? Or like this? Yeah, I think it definitely loses some points in ease of use. So, like 10 blocks? It's about how high we can be. That's a little awkward. Alright, let's try on the Destroyer. Now, it's also important. bosses aren't everything. And this is a point in the game where mobbing is very important. But, let's grab a couple of potions. I don't know why I have like 1,000 invisibility and spelunker potions in my inventory, but let me get those out. He's gonna nuke the destroyer cluster? Probably, yeah. Okay. Well, let's reforge the flint. Yeah. So this is really good damage on enemies. It knocks them back, which means they get hit by the, Oh, did the goblin die? Goblin died. Wow, that's unfortunate. No reforgers then. So this is kind of the awkward part, though. He's not really in a location where I can coil him. But this? This is pretty ridiculous. Hell, it even manages probes pretty well, because it hits high enough off the ground to, yeah. This is incredible. For just hitting a non-coiled destroyer, not a particularly good build, unreforged weapon. I wasn't paying that much attention. For a weapon you can literally just craft out of adamantite, that's very, very good. However, this is stone cold unusable on the twins. Like, they sit here and they sit here. It's not. I mean, spasmatism, maybe. You have to... only be usable during dashes. This is really... could work on the twins with platforms every 10 tiles. Yeah, I suppose. Something like this. Let me just... I mean, this isn't bad. It's pretty clunky. I think platforms every 6 to 10 tiles is a minus point in the ease of use category. Yeah, also the twins are like kind of out of... they're right at the edge of the range. Does things scale with melee speed? It looks like the charge time does, but... hang on. Am I seeing... are you guys seeing this? The visual, like, tell for the flint was playing without it being ready to charge. You seeing that? It's flashing without actually being ready at high melee speed. Yeah, this is not good. Not for this. That always happens? Actually, you're right. It happens even without melee speed. How about the invasions? It should be quite good for invasions. Let's say pirate invasion. Pirate invasion's very, very important thing to deal with. Gets people killed. For Prime, it's insane. I feel like I have a really hard time believing you when you say it's insane for Prime. Just in general. Again, this is not a bad weapon. By any stretch. Yeah, I guess it is that little pulse. Okay, let's try holding up. It's very melee Bloodthorn? No, this is way better than a Bloodthorn. Problem is the Bloodthorn doesn't really deal damage. Its versatility is also low. I think this is actually a really versatile weapon because it's able to go through walls. Like, the amount of stuff you can do with this is pretty high. So pirates be amazing for caving, yeah. Oh, I guess we're not far enough. Oh wait, do I have spawns turned off? I have spawns turned off, don't I? Yeah, that would explain it. Okay. No banners. Seems to be missing. Oh yeah, they are gonna fall through the stairs. Nah, I take it back. This weapon sucks. I can't even hit this guy right here. I'm too... I mean, I think this is a really good weapon. But I think it's a bit too clunky to use. Like, if we're actually considering this, it's really awkward to use. It has some range, but not that much range. Let's clear out this pirate invasion. Looks inconsistent. Yeah, I think it's the sort of thing where if you set things up to use it well, it can be a lot better. I think it's a very good weapon, yeah, but not the best. I think the next weapon on our list is the Shadow Flame Knife. Which... I mean, it's pretty good. It's good for regular enemies. It's good for the twins. It's passable on the destroyer. It's good for Skeletron Prime. Probably fine for Plantera. Like, it's not bad. Because the strength of the Shadow Flame Knife, it hits very far away, and it kind of just bounces around to hit enemies. Like, you've got pirates, you can kind of just aim in their general direction. And it's dealing solid damage. It's a little inconvenient to get, but it's not that bad to get. Yeah, dots can be nice for mobbing. You know, I want to try something. I want to see how good the flint is against wyverns. If you can set things up, it should be pretty solid. And, like, this is hardly a huge crowd control weapon, but it's fine against pirates. I think the Shadow Flame Knife is a very, very versatile weapon. Good for early Duke. Okay, I want to kill all these pirates now. Flint can two-shot wyverns? Flint for pre-mech Duke is crazy. That has got to require a lot of setup. I can see what you're saying. I can see the weapon performing very well for Duke Fishron. It has very high base damage. It can dish out a lot against an enemy with a big hitbox. But that cannot be easy to set up. So let's find a wyvern. Take too long. So we need him to be on or near flat ground. I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's very good. Okay, I wanna summon the twins. Let me get a reforge on my Shadow Flame Knife. Right, that's spawn rate, it's not time. Hold on. I have OBS running and Rainworld in the background playing its soundtrack. 24x speed is too fast. Now try without wings. It would be fine without wings. It would probably be easier without wings because he'd be closer to the ground. Triplicate bleach still prefer even with the fishing? Yeah, I still have the jukebox open right now. I was lazy. Where did the goblin move in? The fuck are you doing over there? Triumph Flame Knife in conjunction with the flint is quite good. Yeah. Seems quite good. I mean, the aiming takes a little bit of getting used to, but I think this is, in terms of ease of use, really, really good on the twins. Right, you just kind of fly up, fly down. My aim with it's not the best right now. But, I mean, that's a solid, respectable amount of damage. Nothing crazy, but it's good. It's good for all the mechs. Yeah. I think it's, I'd probably put it in the it's good, not incredible category. You know, it's gonna beat the damage you're dealing with, probably a basic repeater, but it's not gonna stack up to some of the more impressive options, I think. My aim is really bad. Something about the projectile just feels off, or maybe it's the way twins are moving. Yeah, for a melee weapon, it's really good because there aren't a ton of melee weapons that are great on the twins. Shadow Flame Knife is good, banana rings are good, chain guillotines are solid. But they tend to be at a range that's awkward for melee. Can be the Deadless Stormbow. Stormbow is quite good. Yeah, no. I'm specifically not talking about optimizing areas. I think the strength of the Shadow Flame Knife, again, I think this is a strength that the Phoenix Blaster has. I think it's a strength that the Terror Blade has. Which is, you can kind of just show up with the Shadow Flame Knife and do fine. You don't need to do anything special. You don't have a checklist of stuff you need to build in order for the Shadow Flame Knife to do well. You get it, you show up to the boss, and it's fine. It's good. And you can show up to any boss with that, within reason. I think that's one thing that all of the weapons that, like, are serious contenders here haven't. I fucking hate not having knockback immunity, man. I'm just gonna die to... I'm so used to having knockback immunity, I wasn't even considering how annoying it was gonna be without it. I'm gonna have to sit here and regen for a bit. He has 4 dashes? Yeah. Should I give 30% bonus regen? Yeah, I just want to be able to... Alright, we're good. I was mostly just waiting for my potion to come off cooldown. Onyx Blaster isn't the easiest to get, but you use it to plant Terra. Yeah, Onyx Blaster is not bad, but... Oh, fuck off, game. Why are you like this, Relogic? Why are you like this? Why? Seriously? Seriously, we're just gonna... Damn, do you guys like fighting bosses? What if we just had a thunderstorm happen in the middle of the fight and you get hit for like 100 something damage? What if you guys just had meteors fall from the sky? Like, randomly? And what if that just killed you in the middle of your mechanical boss fight, guys? Is that fun? Is that fun game design? Boulder Rain mid-boss. Okay. Yeah, Shadow Flame Knife's very good. I think Shadow Flame Knife is not an unreasonable thing to put on this list. Like, it's very versatile. It's not very difficult to get. It does very respectable damage. We haven't gotten to Summoner yet. Well, it has ease of use. It has versatility. It has solid damage. It's not hard to get. Like, I think it's a genuinely very, very good weapon. Patches Melee's bad twin weapons, but otherwise it's just average. Will we also be putting on a ton of hard mode repeaters in that case? I think Shadow Flame Knife is better than hard mode repeaters. Damage is the only thing that is lacking. Shadow Flame Knife is very well rounded. Shadow Flame Knife is so boring. Use Shadow Flame Knife for pre-mech Duke. I mean, I think versatility is a really strong thing to have for a weapon. A lot of weapons are only good for one boss, and Shadow Flame is great for many. Yeah. Yeah, the damage on it is not that bad. Like, sure, we weren't dealing a ton of damage there, but keep in mind, I'm, like, very half-assed build. I don't know. It can always come off the list later, but I don't think it's... Um... I don't think it's that unreasonable to put on. Like, I think the Shadow Flame Knife does something that the rest of all of these weapons don't, which is that it's an easy-to-get weapon that outputs solid damage that is usable for a wide variety of stuff for a long period of time. And that might just be a deficiency in the melee class. That's not melee's strong suit. But, like, as an individual weapon goes, you know? But the rest of these, no. I'm sorry, Sleepy Octopod, but no. Oh, those are eyes. Like, it's an I see, that's a beak. Scourge of the Corruptor. So, these are weapons that are individually very strong. Vampire Knives... The question is, does the Vampire Knives getting, like, an S in everything else... Well, not an S in damage. Does the Vampire Knives just being ridiculously overpowered in terms of HP recovery offset the lack of ease of obtainment? Because Vampire Knives are the best biome chest weapon. So if any biome chest weapon is going to get on this list, it's going to be Vampire Knives. Probably not well-rounded enough. I mean, you can kind of use Vampire Knives for whatever. Like, once you get Vampire Knife, shit, you can use them for Golem, you can use them for Moons, you can use them for Duke Fishron, you can use them for the Empress, you can, like... They're pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I think Vampire Knives get on the list by virtue of just being completely ridiculous. They are not obtainable in half of all... That is a good point, actually. Vampire Knives might get taken off the list because of that. Assuming players make equal numbers of Crimson and Corruption worlds, the fact that you literally can't get it in half the worlds is a really strong point against it. Yeah, I think it gets off because of that. Then the rest of these are no. Okay, now we move on to ranged weapons. Okay. So, early game bows, they're very respectable. But I don't think they're gonna be the best weapons in the game. So, in general, a lot of ranged weapons are going to meet the criteria of they deal good damage, they're easy to use, they're easy to get, and they're very versatile. Because that's kind of just what ranged weapons do. That's their strength. That's the kind of the core of the ranger class. What about Daybreak? The problem with any pillar weapons is just that they're pillar weapons. They come very late in the game. If I were to pick an early game bow, it would probably be Demon or Tendon Bow. Demon or Tendon Bow takes out Eye of Cthulhu, takes out the evil boss, has a solid matchup against Queen Bee, not the best. Very respectable for early game stuff. Please speak English, whatever that person said. Demon Tendebo could even kill Skeletron for the Phoenix Blaster. Why are we doing moon weapons? Like Pumpkin Frost Moon? Okay. Yeah. I don't think there have been any good Pumpkin Frost Moon weapons yet. Bows, especially early game, are much more defined by their arrows. Well, I think that's kind of a strength of bows as a weapon, is the fact that they have a lot of inbuilt versatility by the fact that they can use a bunch of different arrow types. Bows can have piercing, bows can have single target damage, and that's true throughout the entire game. Candy Corn Rifle is very strong after they buffed it. I think if I was going... So the problem is, there are a lot of bows, and there's not a huge difference between a lot of the bows. I think, to me, the standout bows are Demon Tendon Bow, Molten Fury, Stormbow, maybe Shotbow. Yeah, Blood Rain Bow is very awkward and hard to get, but it can be quite fun. Bee's Knees, I know, can put out quite a lot of damage. I really don't like the Hellwing Bow. I really don't like the Hellwing Bow. So I think the question is there any bow? Because every bow is going to be fairly easy to get, fairly easy to use, and deal pretty solid damage. The question is there any bow that is usable reasonably for a long period of time against a large number of things? Let's take Molten Fury. Molten Fury, you do Queen Bee, Skeletron, falls off for Wall of Flesh. Hellwing Bow, really only that good for Wall of Flesh. It's kind of usable against Destroyer, but there's a lot of stuff that's usable against Destroyer. Tsunami for the Power Spike. If there was a Duke Fishron weapon, maybe Tsunami, but I'm still iffy on whether we include Duke Fishron. Tier 3 Repeater. I don't think Tier 3 Repeater fits, because I think as soon as you get Tier 3 Repeater, you swap to a Hollowed Repeater after killing a mech. Hollowed Repeater, maybe. Demon Tendon Bow probably lasts longest. Okay, so let's go one by one. Everything from here to the beginning is effectively the same. We're measuring them based on the criteria on the left of the screen, Tiago. Yeah, so none of these. Demon Tendon Bow, you can get... You're not always going to get them before the Eye of Cthulhu. If you get it from the Eye of Cthulhu, it's okay. Really early game. The problem is, if by the time you get the Demon Tendon Bow, I feel like you've already probably done enough exploration where you don't really need a Demon Tendon Bow. Homing fast shooting weapons like mini sharks is upgraded for the ability to detect real hitboxes or mimics. Yeah, being able to shoot mimics can be nice. Yeah, I think, yeah, Musket Undertaker. If you're getting one of these, Musket Undertaker is going to do better. For regular mobbing. The strength of these is that they can have piercing through gestures and unholy, which can be very nice for the evil boss, but I don't think they're that great. Blood Rain Bow is too hard to get and too awkward to use. Fun, but awkward to use. I know Bee's Knees is very good. Bee's Knees is good for Skeletron. Bee's Knees is good for Deerclops. Bee's Knees is... okay on what... I want to try something out. Somebody had said that they use the Bee's Knees for early hard mode. And I want to see if that's actually, like, feasible. Because it really doesn't have great base damage. Let's say we get a Ranger Emblem. Oh, of course, it's still a fucking Meteor Shower. Will this stop it? Gonna do 1 damage. We'll see. We'll see. No, bees don't scale into hard mode. We're gonna add some base damage to this thing with the Reforge. Deadly, that's fine. If a weapon needs double tooth necklace to be fine, it's not a good weapon. I mean, I can see the vision. I think this is actually really good at just controlling enemies. Like, I can see it. You can angle shots around corners. You can direct hits deal okay damage. Yeah, let's try this with double necklaces. Get a shark tooth. Get a stinger. Yeah, we can throw on a hive pack too. Give it the full ranger strength. Goes for double tooth for hive pack. Guys. Shark teeth necklace give you more damage than a hive pack does. Right? Like, a hive pack can spawn giant bees, which deal 1 to 3 damage instead of 1 to 2 damage. Oh, sorry. It deals 1 damage with a 1 in 2 chance of 2 damage, or 1 to 3 damage. So you go from 1.5 average damage to 2 average damage. And then it gets an extra pierce, which usually isn't super relevant. It ricochets an extra time, usually isn't super relevant. A shark tooth necklace is plus 2 damage as opposed to plus 0.5 average damage. A shark tooth necklace is better than a hive pack. Now, I get that there's other stuff at play there, but, like, if you're just considering the damage bonus that you're going to get on the weapon, the shark tooth necklace is going to do better. The shark tooth necklace is going to make it so that all of your bees do the damage of a max roll giant bee. The hive pack is not that great. Hive block shoot bees when swung? What? I don't have hive blocks. Yeah, no. I can see the vision here. This is not bad. It takes a lot of setup, and without the armor penetration, this is quite bad. So, I mean, this has a few... Okay, so now we're really getting to an enemy that has defense. And it's a lot worse now. I feel like any other weapon with this much penetration could also work, but the bees definitely help with mobbing. Yeah, the idea is the bees and the fact that the bees can do okay damage. By Ichor on top. Yeah, but I feel like you'd probably be using the bee's knees to get the Ichor, you know? Yeah, I'd give it a respectable... It's okay. Let's say we actually put on something that gave us a bit more range damage. Still not enough to get through here. These knees isn't a contender. No, I was kind of just curious to see how well it did in early hard mode. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, so yeah, pre-hard mode bows, I don't think any one bow individually stands out enough to make this list. Molten with Hellfire is better than bees? Oh, no, it's not. It's not. The bees actually do quite a lot of damage. No, the bee's knees does deal very good single target damage, which is something that a lot of bows lack. Okay. We get to hard mode. So the Stormbow, I think, is a reasonable... Has an argument. It's not super hard to make. To get. You make Keys of Light, 1 and 4 drop. Pretty reasonable. And it's very strong. It's usable against all 3 mechs. It's not really usable underground, which is a point against it. But it's very, very good for bosses. It's fantastic for events. It's usable for Duke Fishron. Yeah, the thing is, the Stormbow really hasn't been nerfed much. It's mostly the holy arrows that were nerfed. But, I mean, even with regular wood arrows, like... The main thing about the Stormbow, which is the obvious one, is that this weapon is completely usable the second you go underground. Which is a pretty big point against it. Like, let's not ignore the fact that 2/3 of the entire world, the Stormbow is completely unusable. But when you're on the surface, it's really, really good. And for those of you that never lived the glory days of the Stormbow, it's still not bad with holy arrows. The thing is, with holy arrows, you just dish out so many projectiles that even if the projectiles aren't doing a ton of damage, especially with, we have 2 necklaces, which is actually helping a lot. Because the stars get hurt by defense a lot. Let's go to Dusk. Summon the twins. It's very good on the twins, because if you go straight upward, works really well. Holy Arrow is good for Plantera, Golem. Yeah, but not with the Stormbow. You don't like its accuracy on smaller hitboxes? Yeah, that is a point against it. Yeah, Stormbow is a very, very good weapon. I think if any bow is going to get on this list, it's going to be the Stormbow. Try Ichor arrows. Okay. Yeah, they're good, and it hits pretty frequently, so the Ichor buff helps a lot. Having an Outreach potion would also help. Who uses holy arrows with it? I mean, if you have defense penetration, you're on a low defense target like the twins. Remember, the twins have low defense. So holy arrows are actually quite good against the twins. The main problem with holy arrows is that they get hurt by defense a lot. Daedalus Holy Plantera still works. Are these criteria purely single player? I'm kind of considering multiplayer, but not hugely considering multiplayer. I think its versatility just isn't good enough. I mean, you could use it for a lot of different bosses. The underground thing is definitely a very strong point against it. But It's really good. Yeah, good for pre-mech Duke. Read the pinned message, Daddy Foxy. The life drain is underrated. We'll get to it later. It's a contender for being used against bosses. Yeah. I don't even know why I still have God mode on from when I was doing something else. Does Chlorophyte Repeater out DPS it? I don't think the Repeater out DPSs it. They've got similar base damage, but I'm pretty sure the Stormbow shoots like 4 projectiles. It depends on your accuracy. Actually, the shotbow hits a lot more frequently. I forgot how much of a difference there was. No way shotbow is worse. How many projectiles is this shooting at once? 4? Versus 2 to 3? What are their use times? So the main thing with the Stormbow is that you don't get its full damage potential because you're missing a lot of shots. Yeah. Yeah, shotbow's a lot more consistent. I don't know. I think Stormbow can get on the list. Well, I don't know. I feel like just being completely unusable underground really hurts it. It really does. Choppo can take you to pillar. I mean, I'm sure the Stormbow could take you to pillar weapons too if you built a place where you could actually shoot Planto and Golem with it. I mean, it's not only good against bosses, it's only good on the surface. It's great against invasions. Like, the Stormbow does fantastic against events. Like, it's not bosses, it's the surface. And you are on the surface a lot. Like, it's fantastic for eclipses, especially pre-Plantera eclipses. It'll kill pirates without any danger. Great for goblins. I think it can go on the list. Yeah, we've gone through all melee weapons. So then other bows. Shadowflame bow's not bad, but I don't think it's that amazing. Repeaters are good, but I feel like you swap between repeaters. Isn't the knife better than the bow? I mean, less base damage, but it's got almost twice, or it's got almost half the use time. Like, a Shadowflame bow overrides things, let's say use Unholy Arrows purchased, that's like, what, 60? Versus 43 with, with that, Plus, Shadowflame arrows have piercing, not bouncing. I feel like bouncing is really strong. Yeah, and the Shadowflame bow eats arrow effects. It's not. Shadowflame is absolutely better than any pre-mech ranged weapon. The Shadowflame bow I think the Shadow Flame bow is better than any pre-mech ranged weapon. That's some strong competition it's up against. Shadow Flame knife? Okay. I mean, I think Shadow Flame knife still has competition, but yeah, I think knife is better than the bow. The repeaters are good, but the problem with the repeaters is that they're kind of all good, and they're not unique or individual enough to stand out enough, so a single one would be great. If I had to pick a repeater for being a standout, it would be the hollowed repeater or the shot bow. And the shot bow is very good. But is the shot bow good enough for long enough to make the list alongside the storm bow, phoenix blaster, terror blade, shadow flame knife, etc.? Because you can only use the shot bow after all 3 mechs. It's very easy to get, gets huge points on that. It's good for Plantera, solid for Golem. It shreds Plantera but falls off after Fishron. I think it's okay for Fishron. I don't think it's amazing for Fishron. Yeah, it doesn't really work with piercing ammo well. Chlorophyte Shotbow is pretty bad AoE. Titanium Repeater with Ico Arrows and Shadow Flame Knife are about the same DPS with optimal modifiers. Yeah, but the Shadow Flame Knife also gets to bounce twice. Which is a, strong point in its favor. What about Venus Magnum? I like the Venus Magnum a lot, but it's really inconvenient to get. It's like a 1 in 9 drop or something. And Plantera is not easy to farm. I mean, I make the Chlorophyte Shotbow a lot. It's a good weapon. If Phantom Phoenix was better than a Shotbow, maybe, but no. Pulse bows, fine. Stake launchers, really good for crowds. It's really good for crowds. It, like, pierces 10 times with, like, no damage fall off or something. High velocity. It's a really good weapon. But it's kind of awkward to get. Comes from Pumpkin Moon. And the problem is, a lot of the bosses at that point just don't need crowd control. It's great for the Old One's army. It is. It's a little awkward for the pillars I've found, because they don't usually line up in a straight line. Yeah, stake launcher counts for archery potions. It's a crossbow. It fires a stake. Repeaters are crossbows, by the way, if you never put that together. It's a repeating crossbow. You can any repeater will be a bow. You can literally look at the stake launcher. It's a crossbow. That's the bow right there. That's the string. It's firing a stake. And all the repeaters are similar. They have the bow there, the string. That's the thing you knock back to fire the bow. And then the shot bow has like 3 bows it's firing because it's the shot bow. No, the stake launcher is a repeater, not a bow. Not that there's any functional difference, but you can just look at its design. I mean, it's a handheld like crossbow. Yeah, and then we've got these 3. And I like all these. All these bows are awesome. They really are. If I were to pick one, I think Tsunami is the best of the 3. The reason is, Duke Fishron is much easier to farm for a drop. He's easier to kill, in my opinion. And the weapon is just very, very versatile in a way that I feel outdoes the other ones. It's very consistent. I think if a Duke Fishron weapon was going to get on this list, it would probably be the Tsunami. I think the Tsunami is Duke Fishron's best weapon. I really love the consistency of the Tsunami, the fact that the projectiles all go in the same spot. And it's just a really good weapon. It is. No, I think Tsunami's better than the Razorblade Typhoon overall. Tsunami is stronger than Terrorblade and easy to get in post-Plantera. Yeah, the question is... when? So, for me personally... in a regular playthrough, I'd probably kill Plantera... or probably kill Duke Fishron after Plantera. I feel like that's a reasonable point in time to kill Duke Fishron. You have a solid level of mobility and damage to do it. That's also when the Empress of Light and the Moons become available. I think post-Plantera is when I would consider Duke Fishron's weapons. For the sake of what they're useful for. Sure, you can get them before, but you can also get meteorite barrels out of gold chests in the underworld. You can... There are other sequence breaks you can do. You can clip into the dungeon or use spawn exploits to make it so dungeon guardians don't spawn. You can summon but not kill the evil boss to get Hellstone. You can go straight down to the underworld, get a demon scythe. Like, there's a lot you can do. But I feel like I would consider Duke Fishron's weapons seriously for most players after Plantera. Because, you know, we're generalizing this to players, and players are not going to be fighting Duke Fishron that early. They just don't. With communities online, enfranchised players who are very good at the game might do that, but your average player is not doing that. So, if you get the Tsunami at that stage in the game, it's fantastic for Golem. It's fantastic for the Empress of Light. It's fantastic for the Moons. It's fantastic for the Cultist. It's fantastic for the Pillars. It's fantastic for basically everything except the Old One's army. I think it's kind of underwhelming against the Old One's army because it's a 5-shot bow, which means it doesn't do well with piercing arrows. The only downside to the Tsunami is the fact that it doesn't really do crowd control well, because it doesn't do piercing arrows well. And not doing crowd control well just means that it doesn't have, like, straight line infinite piercing like the Eventide does. But it's still shooting 5 arrows at a time that each do, like, 60 damage. It's really good. Qualified arrows? I mean, qualified... Yeah. Wouldn't Holy Arrow Tsunami be pretty good for Old One's army? Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. But, I mean, comparing it to the Eventide or the Stake Launcher, or, hell, even just, like, a Sniper Rifle or something. Like, I think if you look at, like, a Stake Launcher, Shrumite, 10x piercing, straight horizontal, Eventide, 5x piercing, straight horizontal. Like, I think those are going to perform a lot better against the Old One's army than the Tsunami. It's equally inconvenient to get the Pumpkin Moons as it is to beat Fishron. Yeah, but the Stake Launcher is nowhere near as good as the Tsunami. Showing an event with over-tiered weapons isn't really bragging rights. The Tsunami and the Eventide are not over-tiered for the Old One's army. It's a post-Golem event. It's some of... it's a DPS check. I think it's totally reasonable to kill the Empress of Light or Duke Fishron in order to beat the Old One's army. Eventide DPS over Tsunami? Single target, I don't think Eventide does better. Straight line, Eventide is better crowd control because it actually can do piercing stuff with the rainbow arrows. Yeah, I think Tsunami is reasonable to put on this list. I do think it is. I think not even considering pre-mech Duke Fishron, just putting it post Plantera, it's a really fucking good weapon. Like, I mean, I happily use this weapon against the Moonlord many, many times. It is really, really good against all of the bosses on whatever difficulty. Right? You're in legendary mode. Golem's actually scary. You don't want to use a shot bow because Golem's actually scary. Just kill Duke Fishron, get a tsunami, carries you for the rest of the game. It's incredible against the Empress of Light. Ichor arrows have really good tracking on a fast-moving target. It's really good at DPSing down the bosses in the moons, which is really important and you really want if you want a weapon from them. It'll do good against Martians. It'll do good against Betsy. It'll do good against the Cultist. It'll do good for just farming Duke Fishron more if you want to get Duke Fishron wings. Like, it's really, really good. And then you add on the fact on top of that, that you can sequence break it. Yeah, the only time once I get a tsunami that I would replace it is maybe a snowman cannon, maybe an aerial bane, but I'm not even sure about an aerial bane. And then, like, Phantasm. I think using on the moons is a bit questionable given that it kind of thrashes all the moon weapons. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't think the tsunami thrashes the snowman cannon. Put some respect in the snowman cannon's name. Snowman cannon is really good. The snowman cannon is like one of the very few late game ranger weapons that I would consider using over the tsunami. Plus, I mean, you're going to be doing moons. Let's say you want a Witch's Broom, right? Pumpkin Moon. Witch's Broom for that. You might be in multiplayer. You might have a summoner with you. Want to do that. Like, it's reasonable to do the moons. We'll get to the snowman cannon in a bit. We're not at launchers yet. We're at guns. Okay. Red Rider. The heck is Red Rider? It's, you get it from presents during Christmas. It's a gun that can drop from present during Christmas. It's the best weapon you could get without ever leaving spawn if you can't press WASD. The flintlock pistol is really good in Get Fixed Boy, but not great in regular worlds. Kind of rough. So Musket Undertaker. These are very, very consistent. They're classic weapons. They're very, very consistent to get. Honestly, I would put Musket Undertaker in, like, S for consistency of obtainment, ease of obtainment. You literally always have access to getting them. You always know where they're going to be. And the second you get a bomb, you can just get one. What makes it good and Get Fixed Boy? You can get it by getting Pouty Bullets from the Pouty Girl that spawns at the beginning if you get gold, which means you can get the flintlock pistol, like, day 2. And it's really good, though. Musket is better than Undertaker. Undertaker is better than Musket. So Musket Undertaker are really, really, really good for regular enemies. They're super consistent. They're kind of tough to use on bosses. Eye of Cthulhu solid, King Slime solid. The Oclops is a bit rough. Queen Bee's a bit rough because you can't really get piercing very effectively. They're really bad on the evil bosses. I've used Undertaker for Skeletron before. It's not great. It's usable, not great. Yeah, they're both very similar in strength. They're good at different stuff. I like both of the weapons a lot, but I don't think that they're good enough for long enough to make this list. I think they're very versatile. They're fantastic weapons, but I think they kind of fall off. So, Revolver... I don't even know what to say about the Revolver. I like the Mini Shark a lot. Mini Shark's really good. Kind of expensive. Makes it a bit awkward. But it's a very respectable weapon. Not the best against Queen Bee, because of her scaling defense. Great for Deerclops, great for Skeletron, great for evil bosses, great for the Eye of Cthulhu, great for King Slime. So the question is, does the Mini Shark or the Boomstick make this list? Because the Mini Shark and the Boomstick fill a very similar niche. They're both pre-boss, very powerful ranged weapons that can maintain relevancy for a long period of time. I think it has to go to the Boomstick. I like the Mini Shark. I would probably personally prefer to use the Mini Shark in most situations over the Boomstick, especially in hardcore. But I think the Boomstick... just... how easy it is to get. Because Mini Shark's still going to cost you like 35 gold. That's not nothing, especially in pre-hard mode. Mini Shark gets shut down by defense a lot more. Boomstick, you've got Eye of Cthulhu, you've got King Slime. It's okay against Queen Bee. Her defense scales, so it's not the best. She's kind of a high defense enemy, but it's not bad, especially with Shark Tooth necklaces. It's not the best on invasions, but it's okay on invasions. It'll deal with regular enemies pretty well. It's good for Skeletron. Yeah, I don't really use either one that often. Do you think most people bother with getting a Boomstick for the Eye of Cthulhu? Depends if you're in online circles where people sweat really hard and get Boomsticks earlier. Like me, when I was doing that multiplayer playthrough with YouTubers, I was talking about it. I was the guy who got the Boomstick pre-Eye of Cthulhu as a hardcore thing. I was the only one comfortable enough to go to the jungle in master mode in hardcore pre-boss. I think between the two of them, as much as I love the Mini Shark, it is a lot of money, which especially when you're playing on a lower difficulty can be really difficult to get. No, it's not done. It's an ongoing collab. It'll be on Woot 7's channel when the time comes. You enjoy doing the jungle cringe and tunneling for a Boomstick with a copper short sword. You do go jungle in hardcore pre-boss master mode, but it's because you're stupid, not because you're smart. Yeah, we looked at Star Fury. The problem is Star Fury is kind of just really underwhelming in damage, I've found. You know, let's just look at the two weapons. You know, let's take a Mini Shark, let's take a Boomstick, and let's just see how they do. Star Fury is very good, but it's not that great as an actual weapon. So let's say we've got silver bullets. Both these weapons perform really well with silver bullets. Say we've got free boss stuff. Let's just go kill regular enemies. Laser rifle meets all these criteria. When we get to mage weapons, I'll consider it. Killing deck is pretty mid. I had tried the killing deck, yeah. I wasn't... Oh, this is hard mode. I don't want to be in hard mode. Maybe fossil armor? I don't think fossil armor is worth getting. Boomstick's cheaper to reforge. That is big point in its favor, yeah. Mini Shark is the main way for Rangers to deal with Phase 2 Brain of Cthulhu. I mean, you can also just, like, move away from the brain. There are a few options for dealing with it. It's very good for the brain, Phase 2 brain. But it's not the only way of dealing with it. Dealing with full ability man-eaters in pre-boss jungle. Don't go to the pre-boss jungle unless you have a Hunter Potion or Inferno Potion from Red Potion. I won't join you. You got a 5th criterion how cool they are. The problem is those are subjective. I'd prefer not to use subjective things. So one of the things the Mini Shark does very, very, very well is just controlling enemies. The Mini Shark is very, very good at controlling enemies. Why is this mud? Is this just a... Oh, because this is drunk, so this is the jungle. I see, I see. Yeah, so that level of enemy control is something that I don't think the boomstick matches up to. Missing with the boomstick is very punishing. And the RNG makes it not quite as good. It's not bad at managing enemies, but there have definitely been times with the boomstick, like this, where I'm trying to shoot an enemy and it just misses a couple times in a row. Or there's an enemy kind of near me and the shot whiffs and then it's a long time before I can shoot again. Yeah. I definitely think with regular enemies, the Mini Shark wins. The exceptions are enemies that have really high defense. Like man-eaters in the jungle kind of have a lot of defense and stuff like that. Mini Shark can be kind of painful on them. But you have other weapons you can use in those situations. I think Mini Shark is better than Broomstick. I mean, in terms of damage, I think the Mini Shark is slightly better. Let's just, you know, fight a Eye of Cthulhu or something. Go through a couple bosses. We've got a few. Mega Shark is pretty decent. We'll get to that one in a bit. That's a true cover shoulder. That's not a... I've got my my weapon reset. Okay. So on the Eye of Cthulhu, I do think the Mini Shark is better on the Eye of Cthulhu. The reason for that is in his chain dash phase at the end, which is usually the only remotely dangerous part of the fight. I think the Mini Shark does a much better job of tracking him, especially if you're not that familiar with how to aim when he's doing that. The Mini Shark can kind of just spam bullets and you can track him pretty easily, whereas the Boomstick, it's very easy to whiff a couple times. Then if you whiff too many shots, you can kind of get destroyed by him. Boomstick has more DPS on enemies with no defense. I thought defense was the... I think the majority of players would rather have a Mini Shark. Yeah, like this I think is what the Mini Shark does a bit better is when he's doing like this fast phase. Okay, so that was like... Damn, 0 seconds. Mini Shark's crazy, guys. Okay, and then pull out a Boomstick. Mini Shark wins on damage, ease of use, and versatility. Boomstick only wins on damage. I feel like Boomstick and Mini Shark work well together. I feel like it's usually one or the other for me. Useful mod? No, that checkbox doesn't mean it's a mod. That means it's a YouTuber. No, mods have like a wrench by their name. You like having money, so you like the Boomstick? Yeah. I mean, the fact that the Boomstick is, like, very cheap to reforge. Yeah, like this right here. I'm not trying super hard to aim, but it's very easy to whiff shots in this stage. And whiffing shots, especially if you don't have great mobility, can be kind of awkward. Meant to be ease of obtainment. Yeah. I mean, I know people... Yeah, They're very similar in damage. The ammo is a problem with the mini shark. I mean, it's by 9,900. Is it really that much of a damage? That much of an issue? I know people who like taking the mini shark. I know somebody who likes getting the mini shark, going straight to Skeletron, killing, oh no, that's not a mod. That's just, in-game. They added it to Terraria in 1.4.5. You type /boss damage, it'll tell you, the last couple bosses you've killed, how long it took, and the contribution of each player and how much damage they dealt. Also traps and debuffs. Both deserve to be no, because they're not both going to win. Right? They don't both deserve to be candidates. I feel like one deserves it more than the other. Personally, I really, really appreciate the mini shark's versatility and consistency. I like that I could just use it and shoot, and it will do well. I don't have to worry about whiffing shots because RNG decided, hey, let's shoot half the bullets over there. I like that it's just point, click, shoot, does things well. Mini Shark is a Steam trade. That is true. That is true. The Mini Shark does have a Steam trading card. Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning towards the Mini Shark, personally. Neither of them. I think the Mini Shark is not out of contention here. I mean, how many bosses can you use the Mini Shark for? Out of the current candidates, I'd have to give it to Phoenix Blaster or Shadow Flame. See? See? Somebody gets it. Somebody gets it. Somebody gets it. Yeah, right now we've just kind of been going through the weapon list one by one and considering which of these weapons could be good enough for long enough to meet the criteria. This whole stream idea started when I was like, you know, the Phoenix Blaster is really good. I wonder if the Phoenix Blaster is just the best weapon in the game. Then I was considering, are there other weapons that can match up to the Phoenix Blaster? Because, I mean, in terms of any one thing, the Phoenix Blaster isn't that incredible, right? Like, the Phoenix Blaster does not, it's not breaking records in any one category, but it just does everything very well. There's nothing it's bad at, and it's good for a very long time. And there are other weapons that meet the criteria. Shit, dude, what the fuck can the Terrorblade not do? Shadow Flame Knife's also just kind of, you show up and it just does everything really well. It's really good. It can't kill Destroyer for your first kill. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Pre-evil, you should musket and minecart. Terrorblade probably wins in usage and convenience. We'll see, because there are other good weapons, too. Honestly, I'm thinking about it more. I don't know if either the Mini Shark or the range weapons do really well in versatility thanks to different ammo harder for other classes to have a chance. Yeah, yeah. I mean, range weapons inherently are just very, very good weapons by virtue of their design. They're designed in a way that makes individual weapons very good at doing different things. They're balanced in a way that makes them deal good damage. And any single ranged weapon is usually easy to get and consistent to use for a lot of different things. Mini Shark is easier since you hold spam click. Yeah, I'll maybe Mini Shark could get thrown on the list. Mage and Summon are barely going to be in the running. I mean, I think Rainbow Rod is not bad. I think, you know, Rainbow Rod's not bad. You don't just replace a I'd replace a Terrorblade with a Flying Dragon. Crimson Rod. Crimson Rod is very good. Crimson Rod Deerclop strategy. Okay, but other weapons, I've always been kind of consistently underwhelmed by Clockwork Assault Rifle. Yeah, because that's the other thing. It's not which class is the best. It's looking at individual weapons. And Mage is kind of a class that has a lot of diversity, and usually mages have like 5 weapons in their hotbar. But any one of those weapons individually isn't going to be that amazing. I did see that, Daddy Foxy, yeah. Yeah, so these guns, Gatligator, I love the Gatligator. I really do. I like the Gatligator a lot. What the fuck is the Gatligator drop? I have like 6,000 hours in this game, and I've seen a Gatligator sold by the traveling merchant maybe like 2 or 3 times. Like, I want to use it. I like the weapon a lot, but like, who do I have to sacrifice in a ritual in order to get the traveling merchant to sell a Gatligator? Post-mech? It's not post-mech. It's pre-mech. He just never sells it. Clockwork Assault Rifle? I'd prefer the Phoenix Blaster to the Clockwork Assault Rifle, personally. They dish out similar damage, but the Phoenix Blaster gets shut down less by defense. They're fine, though. It's a fine weapon. Chain Gun was significantly buffed. What did they do to it? Damage increased by 7. That's not bad. Chain Gun kind of has the issue of needing chlorophyte bullets or very, very close range to be usable, though. Okay. So, does Onyx Blaster get in? I feel like of these early game weapons, the Onyx Blaster is the only one that's consistent enough, reasonable enough. Venus Magnum kind of feels like Phoenix Blaster too. It does, but it's also a Plantera. It's like a 1 in 9 Plantera drop or something. And like, farming Plantera is depressing. 1 in 8. Is that including the new drop? I don't think they've updated with the new whip yet. Oh, it was 1 in 7? Oh, okay. Thing about the Clockwork Rifle is that you can never be bothered to go do Wall of Flesh more than once. Yeah, there is that. So the Onyx Blaster is very good. It's very easy to get. By this stage in the game, the money to buy a shotgun is nothing. You can basically always... It's very easy to get Dark Shards. If you're not familiar, it might seem daunting killing Dark Mummies, but all you need is a thin strip of Ebon Sand or Crim Sand. You can literally just make some platforms in the sky, drop down some Ebon Sand, sit off screen, wait 8 minutes, and you probably have enough. 10 Souls of Night is nothing. It's very easy to get. And it's good. It's very good. One time he killed 200 Dark Mummies, he got 1 Dark Shard. Isn't like a 1 in 8 drop? That's ridiculous. I mean, Onyx Blaster is very good. Very good. You get it. It's good for the twins. It's great for the twins. I mean, good is understating it. It's very good for the twins. Oh, 1 in 50. Oh, it's like 8%. Maybe it's like 8%. You have to go out of your way, even if you don't get a natural evil desert. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. You know, let me... I will just hop in hard mode world and... Okay, let's say we don't have very much. We're running to the side. We've got a desert here. Throw some bombs. 4 should be enough. Step 2 is we need an evil biome. We need mushrooms. But we'll have an evil biome. I'm sure we have an evil biome somewhere. What is that? Is that new or have those always been in the game? Never seen a pufferfish before. I was saying it's hard to do, just you have to go out of your way to do it. You do a little bit, yeah, but I feel like if the weapon is strong enough to justify going a little bit out of your way, that can still be fine. Pufferfish is new to 1.4.5. Okay. Okay, well, we have a Crimson Desert here, but assuming we didn't have a Crimson Desert. Surely there are evil mushrooms somewhere, right? Yeah, okay. One should be enough. Got bottles? No bottles. Okay, well, one should be enough. Slap down a bottle. I don't have any, but you get the idea. It's pretty straightforward. You put down sand, throw the powder at it. See, I think it's pretty reasonable to get. I do think it takes some know-how to do that. Because an average player who isn't looking up information online might not know how to make a desert easily. But I don't think that matters too much. So how useful is the Onyx Blaster? I don't think it's very good for Duke Fishron. Of the pre-mech options, the fact that it's a multi-hit and he has 50 and 40 defense, I think is not great. It's probably still usable, but not great. Ichor bullets helped out a bit. Twins, it's great. Skeletron Prime, less great when he's spinning, but still pretty solid. Destroyer. How is the Onyx Blaster against the Destroyer? I don't really use it on him that much. I usually just use a Repeater with Unholy Arrows. I don't really like using guns on Destroyer. The shout is anti-synergy with the Blood. Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that. Well, it's tied with Daedalus in your mind. Really? The explosion is good for crowds? Yeah? Yeah, I think it's good enough and versatile enough to go on the list. I'm not convinced. I've never really been a big Onyx Blaster fan, I'll be honest. I've always felt like it was a weapon that was a little bit overrated. Especially after the point where it got its base damage nerfed a little bit. Here. You know, it lost like 15 or 20%. I feel like it's kind of overrated. Uzi is really inconvenient to get. If you can get it early, it's great, but it's really inconvenient. Mega Shark isn't bad. So Mega Shark's great on the Twins. Very respectable on Skeletron. It's respectable on Plantera. Kind of falls off after that. Yeah. I mean, people like the Mega Shark for a reason. There's a reason that that new players especially, gravitate towards the Mega Shark and use it well past the point when it makes sense to use the Mega Shark. It's a really versatile weapon, and even if it's not the best at it, it deals with a lot of stuff very well. It's a very comfortable weapon to use. It's cool. Yeah. I think there's a reason that people like it so much and people gravitate towards it. Venus Magnum loses on obtainment. I love the weapon, but my god, is it a pain in the ass to get. Okay, we'll finish up Ranger, then I think I'll finish up the stream for today. We'll go through these ones a bit quicker. Use Mega Shark on the motion invasion will definitely be very good on the motion invasion. Ease of use is above all else for newer players. Yeah, yeah. Somebody mentioned the candy corn rifle. Is the candy corn rifle as good or better than the snowman cannon? Because I think if any weapon from the moons was going to get on this list, it'd be the snowman cannon. Because the snowman cannon is very, very good. And I have a hard time imagining the candy corn rifle to stack up to that. It's really awkward to use. Somebody said after they buffed it, but I haven't really used it. Candy corn rifle is now better than Venus Magnum. I mean, good for it. It's still kind of awkward to use. Doesn't it have really 6A DPS? Is that building up the candy corns? Because they have like local iframes right now, right? I assume that's... yeah, they have local iframes. So yeah, is it like you build it up in one spot with Shrumite armor, maybe? Yeah. Last time I used candy corn rifle was the never used weapon. I mean, I briefly used it after they updated it, but shooting vertically. Okay. I think that's kind of a niche thing rather than the weapon being great. Because the candy corn rifle at face value is really awkward to use. The projectile gravity makes the weapon feel very weird. But I do like that it's actually usable now and isn't just complete trash. But yeah, I think the only launcher that I think is a contender is the snowman cannon. For those of you that have never used the snowman cannon before, I'll give a little demo of it. It's a very, very good weapon. Blade staff was considered. Yeah, but then I started doing things in order and summoning weapons are at the end of the game, so. Let's say we get rocket. No, not destroy tiles. Okay, I don't have rocket 3s, but we'll just go with rocket 2s. I mean, rocket 3s are just blood moons, right? Solar eclipses? Nighttime? Dude, I don't remember. I don't know how the hell launchers work, man. Man. When are they sold? I have no idea. Let's just move them in here. Night or eclipse. Okay. We can just buy them. The mini nukes? Oh, do I actually have mini nukes researched? I might. I probably do. I only have mini nuke 2s, so we're just gonna go with rocket 3s. Yeah, mini nukes would be better, but we'll go with rocket 3s. So you fire a very fast projectile. Let's say by this stage in the game we'll have, you know, late armor, so. And then we definitely have a ranger emblem. Wings we could upgrade to festive wings, why not? Maybe we snag a destroyer emblem. And I don't know. Go on a soaring insignia. Because I'm lazy and don't feel like thinking about accessory slots. I think double scope's a bit excessive. Maybe we just put on a charm of myths or something. Don't want to do too much. Then we'll reforge this. Rapid, why not? Mini nuke's tedious to make. It's one Shrumite bar for 100. Yeah. You have a very, very, very fast firing weapon that shoots a homing projectile that has, with mini nukes, a huge AoE. Let's see, we'll go for the lace wing. Do I still have increased spawn rates? Yeah, I do. Only it doesn't have an S on is ease of obtainment. Yeah, this thing's about the... This thing, I think, in terms of ease of use, is up there with Terrorblade. Like, you just point and click it, and... Why have you never used this? Because it comes from Frostmoon. That's the... That's kind of the catch, the caveat to all this... To this whole thing. It's really good. This thing also makes an incredible pickaxe, by the way, with mini nukes. This thing can destroy like 400 blocks a second or something. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like I said, there are not many ranged weapons that I would like drop a tsunami for. I think the snowman cannon is one of them. Being a moon weapon is bad for ease of obtainment. Yeah, the main thing is just that the moons are kind of a tough DPS check, especially as you get to higher difficulties. They can be really, really brutal. This is an Ice Queen drop, right? Like, it's one thing to get a Razor Pine. Razor Pine comes from Everscream. It's another thing to have to get late enough in the game to, or in the event to be farming Ice Queens for a drop that's not even really that common. Oops. I'd like to go up here. I went too far to the left. Did I check Flint? Yeah, it's kind of awkward. We're dead here. Maybe not. No, we're dead. It's fun challenging the Chlorophyte Partisan to farm for a North Pole and Master, but you can only get 1 or 2 drops a night. Yeah, Partisan on Frostmoon is not going to be doing a lot of damage. That's rough. I don't think you can pre-plant 20 mines. Can you? I thought there was a limit time when you could have it once. Or is 20 the limit? Compare that DPS to chain gun chlorophyte bullets. I would be surprised if chain gun chlorophyte bullets was particularly good here. Emphasizes a lot of defense. Well, we can see though. I will switch helmet. I wasn't actually paying attention to the DPS meter. You can tell me how it compares. Keep in mind that the chain gun does have a better reforge than Rapid. Rapid's not a very good reforge on the Snowman Cannon. Of course, Godly does a lot better. It's 200 to 300 less right now. Oh, chain gun. Yeah, that's right. Rapid's better on the chain gun. But hitting more often. I mean, the other thing is, the chain gun's kind of a one-trick pony. You kind of need chlorophyte bullets. Like, keep in mind, the Snowman Cannon on events is incredible. It does AoE for motions and all of that. On the pillars, dude, I'm never taking a chain gun to the pillars, but take a Snowman Cannon to the pillars? Dude, the Snowman Cannon eats the pillars for breakfast. In fact, we have pillars in this world right now we can go demonstrate on. I got better reforge. Yeah, vortex pillar right here. know what? Actually... Do I have a... I have a shimmer gun. I was gonna see if I had a shimmer bucket. I was gonna say I could make mini nuke 2s. Or mini nuke 1s. I want to make mini nuke 1s. Let's make a... drunk celebration Mark 10. You're probably getting a chain gun if you're going for snowman cannon? Yeah, I mean, when I was, when I no-hit the lunatic cultist blindfolded and golem blindfolded, I used a chain gun. It's good. It's not a bad weapon. But I think the snowman cannon is better. It's certainly usable for more stuff and easier to use, I think. The reason I did this is so we can get shimmer, because I have mini nukes. Wait, no, this wouldn't even... I can just craft mini nukes. I don't have to... I need rocket 3s? And shroomite bars. Auto hammer? What? Put high velocity on chain gun? There we go. Okay. So this is the full potential of the snowman cannon. See the size of that AoE? That's big. Spawns are still off? Oh yeah, true. Let's fix that. You know, I'll stay in the pillar the entire time. So, it is the vortex pillar, so I do have to keep moving. But this is a really, really effective way of dealing with all of these enemies. The vortex pillar is very dangerous to be flying in because storm divers are pretty awful. We're gonna die here. That's storm divers for you. Yeah, this isn't how I would fight the pillar. I'd probably stay on the ground. Yeah, we'll go to the ground for this one. Are storm divers harder than alien queens? They are. They are. Storm divers are brutally overtuned. Ideally you stay on the ground to avoid them, but it's a little awkward. We might be able to use shroomite stealth here. There we go. Yeah. Just don't go in the air. Tip for the vortex pillar? Don't do that. And people say shroomite armor set is bad. Hey, 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 hey. I just said it was good. These guys have ridiculous aim. Change headgear? I think so. I'm going to a different pillar. I don't like these guys. Solar pillar. There we go. Snowman cannon's really good against the solar pillar. Got to equip either scope. I didn't forget. I chose not to. I mean, I could, but it's not really gonna... We're not, like, going, this is the most damage that I think... Pink balloon slimes? What? Bro, how many fucking slimes did they add? We don't even need line of sight. Trust me, guys, the snowman cannon's good. I'm just not playing with it that well right now because I am trying to go into situations where my current gear is not letting me do. We've got mini nukes too. But no, snowman cannon's good. The point was just to show that the snowman cannon is good. And it is good. No, it's good. It's good. It is really good. I think my main issue with the snowman cannon is... Okay. In order to get the snowman cannon, you need a weapon that can consistently kill Ice Queens in Frostmoon. Which means you need to be hitting like wave like 9 or 10 at Frostmoon. Because she doesn't show up until pretty late. You got to get through Santa and Everscream for that. That's a little awkward. Because you do need a good weapon to begin with. Which means you're probably doing it post-Golem or post-Duke Fishron, Empress of Light, something like that. A Warmth Potion's not bad for Frostmoon, yeah. But Frostmoon's really tough to get weapons from. And, now it's very good for the Old One's army. It's good for the Lunatic Cultist. It's great for the Pillars. It's good for Duke Fishron. It's good for the Empress of Light. Okay, I guess here's the question. They both are in a very similar niche. Is the Snowman Cannon better than the Tsunami in an overall view of the weapons? I don't think the answer is yes. I don't think it is. I think the Tsunami is easier to get. It's more consistent to get. I think that the Tsunami is a lot better on single targets and on the bosses. I like the Snowman Cannon a lot, but there's a reason I don't use the Snowman Cannon much. It's really difficult to get. It is. Ice Queen sucks. Frostmoon sucks. And Tsunami has the bonus of potentially being free mech, too. You're more willing to do Frostmoon than Fishron because you have a skill issue? Tsunami has the slight bonus of maybe getting Fishron wings while farming for it. I mean... Oh, yeah, that was true. I was going to say Witch's Broom, but that's Pumpkin Moon, not Frost Moon. I don't know. I think in a runoff between them, the Tsunami would beat the Eventide. Oh, sorry, beat the Snowman Cannon. It also beats the Eventide. I like the Snowman Cannon. But, on the Pillars, the Tsunami with Chlorophyte arrows is also pretty ridiculous. In events, the Tsunami with Chlorophyte arrows is still pretty ridiculous. It's not as good. But I think how much stronger the Tsunami is on bosses and how much easier it is to get. It's mostly the easier to get thing. Yeah, I don't think Snowman Cannon gets on because I don't think it beats out Tsunami. And I don't think any of these other launchers get on. No, I usually use the Phantasm, not the Vortex Beater, silver is gold. Okay, so consumables. Grenades. I mean, grenades are really good. Grenades are really good. However, I have seen so many players kill themselves with grenades. Like, in ease of use, grenades get like a D. They're good. But, like, you give a grenade to your average player, it's like giving a grenade to a toddler. They'll just fucking blow themselves up. They're kind of awkward. They don't have long range. So they're definitely not easy to use. They're very easy to get. One of the easiest weapons ever. S tier in ease of obtainment. Versatility. I think they get maybe like a B in versatility. You can use them on a lot, and you can use them for a long time. They're good even in hard mode. They can actually be really, really good for farming enemies in hard mode. Yeah, they do really good damage. You'd say they're so good in every other category that they get away with being hard to use. Okay. While I get what you're saying, Kellum, I think we also disqualified vampire knives from the running for the similar reason that they were very, very bad in the obtainment category. And literally half of worlds don't have them. They're hard to use underground. I think grenades are the tool of a specialist. If you know what you're doing with a grenade, you can do some very, very impressive things. But I think it's hard to apply grenades to a general situation, right? Take a Terror Blade, take a Tsunami, take a Shadow Flame Knife, take a Phoenix Blaster. You show up, you can just shoot the enemy, or slash at the enemy with your projectile the size of Antarctica. And that's good, that works. Grenades, you kinda... Like, it only works at close range. It's not really gonna... It only works at close range because you can't throw them very far, but then you also risk blowing yourself up. Grenades so goated, they carried throwing cope for you. Hey, bone javelins and bone throwing knives are good. Put some respect on those weapons. Still think vamp knives should be on the list? I might put them on the list. I'll think about it, but it's really rough not being available in half the worlds. I don't know. So I love grenades. But I don't think they get on the list. What bosses are grenades good for? Right? They're very good for regular mobbing. They're incredible for invasions. They're very good for farming. Eater of Worlds, are they very good for the Eater of Worlds? Even with his damage resistance? Even with the fact that they're going to blow up on Vile Spit? Brain Phase 1 Creepers, yeah, they're good on Creepers. Skeletron? No, shot grenades are good on Skeletron. Like, usable, sure, but good? Yeah, they're great for Creepers. Wall of Flesh? It's kind of hard to get through Hungry. King Slime? Yeah, they're good on King Slime. Yeah, that's true. Very good for King Slime. Eye of Cthulhu's awkward because you really risk damaging yourself when he's chain dashing near death. Eye of Cthulhu as well blows up all the servants. I mean, the servants have like 6 HP. It's Phase 2 Eye low-key. I mean, I guess, yeah, there are lingering hitbox, so if he dashes into them, that's not bad. You do kind of risk blowing yourself up with them. You're gonna piercing for queen bee bees. You're gonna blow yourself up on the bees. Like, I feel like the self-damage from grenades isn't something to just ignore. Grenades are a side grade to grenades, not an upgrade. This is the Rainworld soundtrack, by the way. Somebody asked, this is Random Gods. Name the song. That's why you don't like grenades with eye. Yeah, I like grenades a lot. They're very good. But I think they are more in line with, you know... What's a good example? I don't know. The Volcano or the Knight's Edge or like repeaters, where they're good, but I don't think they're that good. Then you've got all the grenade side grades. Paper airplane, shurikens, throwing knives, poison knives. Poison knives are not bad. They're not on this list, but they're not bad. Spiky balls are quite good, but spiky balls are kind of a two-trick pony. They're good for invasions, which is where you get them from, so it's not that great at that. And they're very good for the evil bosses. Bones are a meme. These are mediocre. I like these weapons a lot, but they're not on this list. And then there's also dynamite. I think if a consumable weapon was going to get on this list, it would be grenades, not dynamite. I think dynamite is very good for like 2 specific applications. Wall of Flesh, if you know what you're doing, and Destroyer, even if you don't know what you're doing. And then past that, I think it's not good. Bone Javelin has unique... Yo, no, I'm familiar with penetrating. I've penetrated many bosses. Okay, Blowpipe bad, Sand Gun. Honestly, you know, I'm going to go back and put Vampire Knives on the list because I think Sand Gun gets to go on this list. And I think if we ignore the Sand Gun's ease of use issues because it gets bad in one category, I think Sand Gun can get on this list. The Sand Gun has severe ease of use issues. Severe ease of use issues. You're dropping sand. You need to work very, very hard for the Sand Gun to work. However, it's very easy to get. It's like 10 antlion mandibles, some topaz, and illegal gun parts. Not much. And the main appeal of it, it's not if we ignore, it's the other categories are strong enough. The main appeal of the Sand Gun is the fact that it has infinite piercing, no damage fall off, high damage, pre-boss, easy to obtain ammo. Pretty much anything with Pierce is viable against you. There's viable, and then there's kills it in like 3 seconds. Kills all pre-hardmode bosses with ease for the cost of being terrible to use. Yeah. I mean, it's really good. It's awful to use, but it's really good. The Star Cannon loses on ammo obtainment. I've done a Sand Gun only run too. Sand Gun's very good. Barrel Launcher, people were bringing it up. I don't think the Barrel Launcher is very good on bosses. We tried it on the Destroyer. It was really underwhelming compared to just a repeater with Unholy Arrows. And a 13-player Legendary Hardcore, 12 of us used Unreal Sand Gun and it died in 25 seconds. Alright. Yeah, Barrel Launcher... I think it's very good for regular mobbing. I don't think it's that great for bosses. We tried it on the Destroyer. It was not good on the other bosses. And it was okay, but there were better weapons. And then past the Destroyer, I really don't think it's going to hold up on bosses. Toxicarp. I'm hesitant to put the Dart. I think pre 1.4.5, maybe you could argue a Dart weapon being on here back before Curse Darts and Crystal Darts got nerfed pretty hard. I don't think they really get there anymore after that. They're still not bad, but I think Crystal Darts pre-nerf were very usable, and Curse Darts for much of the game. And I don't think that's quite as true anymore. Coin Gun is a meme. Flamethrower is not bad. Piranha Gun's not bad. Elf Melters, I think, is mediocre. So they gave Piranha Gun Hemorrhage and a damage buff. For Piranha Gun to really do well, I think you need Shroomite Armor, Activate, Fire, keep the Shroomite damage bonus when you swap off it. It's not bad. It's... We're iffy on whether the Vampire Knives count, though, and you're not getting a Jungle Cube. And I don't know, I've never been super impressed with the Flamethrower. Right? I think if we're stacking it up against the... I think if the Mega Shark didn't get on this list, the Flamethrower doesn't get on this list. Okay. So that takes us through ranged weapons. So, we then have the question. Are any of these weapons on here that are unwarranted? So, Phoenix Blaster, I think gets to stay. Terror Blade, 100% staying. Shadow Flame Knife, I think is totally reasonable. Daedalus Stormbolt Tsunami, I think are reasonable. Onyx Blaster, Sandgun, Vamp Knives. Onyx Blaster is probably the worst of the lot. I think Onyx Blaster and Sandgun I'm iffy on. Shadow Flame Knife, iffy? I'm not iffy on Shadow Flame Knife, man. That thing's really good. Vamp Knives say get lost because 50% of worlds can't use them. Vamp Knives are easy. They're not easy, but they're so strong that it feels hard to ignore that. Okay, yeah, let's look at those scores in each category. Okay? I'd give Phoenix Blaster maybe a B+ in damage. A+ ease of use. A ease of obtainment. S for versatility. Terror Blade gets probably similar, like B+, A- damage. S ease of use. Ease of obtainment, maybe like a B-. Versatility, just like an A. So yeah, comparing that, Onyx Blaster, solid score and damage. Quantify it. You can look at a tier as just like out of 6, right? F is 1, D is 2, C is 3, B is 4, A is 5, S is 6. So you can just look at that. That assumes equal weighting in each category, which I think is flawed, Wesley. I think Shadow Flame Knives are better than Banana Rings. Okay, so Onyx Blaster, solid damage. Ease of use, I think it loses out a little bit on because of slow rate of fire. But still pretty high. Ease of obtainment, pretty high. Versatility. How come Phoenix Blaster's S versatility doesn't last that long? It's just for wall and early hard mode. I mean, wall, literally anything in early hard mode. Completely reasonable on the mechs. Reasonable up to Plantera. Onyx is good in accessibility. It is. I think Sandgun can come off. I like Sandgun. I think the leaving sand everywhere is a bit too much of an issue for it to be in contention here. I think that kind of kills it. Leaves Onyx Blaster, Vamp Knives. So Vampire Knives, I don't know. I think the fact that Corruption Worlds literally just can't get them, and they get a 0 in ease of obtaining because you literally can't obtain them is a bit too much of an issue. It's a bit flawed to rank them all in the same place despite being super different parts of progression, and it might give some people the wrong idea. The wrong idea about what? Where it literally says above it what we're ranking them on. If people can't have reading comprehension, that's not my problem. Can't you shimmer keys to chests nowadays, so in theory you could farm for them? uh, let's gently. The chests are empty when you shimmer them. You don't shimmer it into a chest with stuff in it. It's an empty chest. There's no item in it. You can shimmer them into chests, but it's just the chests. There's nothing inside of it. We haven't gotten to magic weapons yet, so we haven't considered any magic weapons, no. I don't know. Okay. So, right now, we basically have one pre-hard mode weapon, one early hard mode weapon, one post-Plantera weapon for both of these classes, with two exceptions. There was no pre-hard mode melee weapon, because I didn't think any of the stuff stacked up well enough, and there are currently two pre-mech ranged weapons, the Stormbow and the Onyx Blaster. And I think between the two of them, I think the Stormbow is a better candidate. It's stronger than the Onyx Blaster. On the surface, it just decimates everything. The one disadvantage to the Stormbow is that it's unusable underground unless you make a very, very tall arena. But man, it's so strong. Like, I feel like Onyx Blaster goes and we keep Stormbow. Trying to narrow it down to right now. We're narrowing it down to a couple candidates, and then we'll consider them. Maybe rank them rather than, rank them between things. Like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something. But yeah, yeah. Onyx Blaster is easier to get, I think, but I think I'd give it to the Stormbow between the two of them. Okay. So what did you guys think of this stream? It was a bit different. I'm probably going to end the stream for today. Would you guys want to keep doing this to look at the magic and summoner weapons too? As we can. There's a few. We've been doing this for like 5 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can... I was going to do some multiplayer stuff. Probably, Sunday afternoon, Monday, what on? Yeah, I'll see if we can keep doing this sometime this week. Yeah, it'll be a lot shorter when we're considering summoner and mage weapons, because, yeah, there's summoner and mage weapons. Golden shower stream? No, not on YouTube. Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna go make some dinner. Yeah, do some multiplayer stuff tomorrow. The server hosting service I use finally updated their T-Shock, so I can actually, like, host a server now without people cheating. So that's nice. Yeah, bye, everyone.